When my best friend introduced his new girlfriend, I revealed that she used to date me and cheated. I'm 28, and my best friend Marcus is also 28. We've known each other since college, and he's been there for me through some of the worst times in my life. The kind of friend who shows up at 2 a.m. when you need him, no questions asked. That's why what happened last weekend is eating me alive. Marcus had been single for about a year after his last relationship crashed and burned. He'd been on dating apps, going on occasional dates, but nothing stuck. Then about 6 weeks ago, he started talking about this new girl. He seemed different when he mentioned her, excited in a way I hadn't seen in a while. He kept saying how easy everything felt with her, how she just understood him. I was genuinely happy for him because he deserved something good after all the crap he'd been through. He invited a few of us over to his apartment last Saturday for drinks and dinner. It was supposed to be casual, just 5 or 6 close friends from our college days. He'd texted the group chat saying he wanted us to meet someone special, and we all knew what that meant. Marcus doesn't introduce women to his friends unless things are serious. I need to back up and explain something from 3 years ago. I dated this woman named Alicia for about 14 months. The relationship started out amazing. She was charming, funny, seemed completely into me. But around 9 months in, things got weird. She became distant, started picking fights over nothing, accused me of being controlling whenever I asked normal questions like where she'd been or how her day went. I started feeling like I was losing my mind. Turns out I wasn't crazy. She'd been cheating with a coworker. When I confronted her about it, she denied everything and made me feel like I was paranoid and insecure. A week later, I found messages on her phone that confirmed it all. And it wasn't just the one coworker. There were at least 2 other guys she'd been seeing while we were together. The breakup destroyed me. I fell into a really dark place for months. Couldn't eat properly, couldn't focus at work, couldn't sleep. She'd spent so long gaslighting me that even with proof, I still questioned whether I'd somehow caused it. She actually tried to tell me I'd driven her to cheat by being emotionally unavailable. Marcus was the person who pulled me out of that hole. He let me stay at his place for 2 weeks, dragged me out of the apartment when I couldn't stand being alone, constantly reminded me that I wasn't the problem. So last Saturday, I showed up at Marcus's place around 7 with beer and snacks. A few friends were already there. I could hear Marcus in the kitchen talking to someone, probably her. He sounded nervous, which was kind of sweet. He really cared about this one. Then they walked into the living room together, and my entire body went cold. It was Alicia. Same person, same face, same smile. She was holding Marcus's hand and laughing at something he'd said. When she looked at me, there was this split-second flash of recognition in her eyes, but then nothing. Her expression stayed completely neutral, like we were strangers. Marcus was grinning as he introduced her to everyone. When he got to me, he said I was his best friend from college, the one he'd told her all about. She stuck out her hand toward me and said it was nice to meet me. Her voice didn't waver at all. She was completely calm, like this was the most natural thing in the world. I just stared at her hand. My brain was screaming at me to say something, but I couldn't form words. One of our friends made some joke that broke the tension, and everyone laughed. I forced myself to shake her hand and mumbled something back. The rest of the night was unbearable. I sat on the couch, barely participating in conversations, watching her play the perfect girlfriend. She laughed at Marcus's jokes, asked thoughtful questions to our friends, complimented the meal he'd made. She was performing, and she was good at it. Marcus was completely falling for it. At some point, she caught me staring at her, and she gave me this look. Not threatening exactly, just knowing, like she was daring me to say something. That's when I realized she'd known exactly who I was the second she walked in. She'd recognized me immediately and made a calculated decision to pretend we'd never met. and she was betting I'd be too uncomfortable or too polite to call her out in front of everyone. I couldn't eat anything. I couldn't even drink the beer I'd brought. I excused myself to the bathroom twice just to get away and try to figure out what the hell I was supposed to do. Should I pull Marcus aside privately? Wait until she left and then talk to him? Or maybe I should just stay quiet and let him figure it out on his own eventually. But then I kept thinking about how long it took me to figure it out with her. How many months I wasted thinking I was the one causing problems. How she twisted every conversation to make me feel insane. And Marcus, the guy who literally saved me from that exact nightmare, was about to walk right into the same trap. When I came back to the living room the second time, everyone was sitting around with fresh drinks. Marcus was in the middle of telling some story about a camping trip we took junior year, where everything went wrong. Alicia was next to him with her hand on his knee, laughing at all the right moments. She looked so comfortable sitting there, so settled into this role she was playing, and she kept glancing over at me with this look like she'd already won. Something inside me just snapped. Maybe it was seeing her touch him the same way she used to touch me. Maybe it was the smugness in those little glances she kept throwing my way. Maybe it was just 3 years of buried anger finally finding a target. Whatever it was, I couldn't keep my mouth shut anymore. I interrupted Marcus mid-story and asked if I could talk to him for a second. He looked confused but said sure. Then I said, actually, everyone should probably hear this. The room went completely silent. Marcus's smile disappeared and he asked me what I was doing. Alicia sat up straighter and tried to suggest that maybe Marcus should finish his story first, but I just kept going. I told them we'd met before, that Alicia and I had dated for over a year, that she'd cheated on me multiple times with multiple people. Marcus just stared at me like I'd spoken in another language. Our friend Dave's girlfriend literally covered her mouth with her hand. Alicia tried to say it wasn't true, that she didn't know what I was talking about, but her voice cracked when she said it. I kept going, told Marcus how she'd gaslit me for months, made me think I was paranoid and controlling for asking basic questions, how I'd found all the messages proving she'd been sleeping with at least 3 different guys while we were together. She grabbed Marcus's arm and said I was lying, that she had no idea why I was doing this. So I pulled out my phone. I don't even know why I still had them after all this time, but I did. Screenshots of messages, photos, everything. I told Marcus I could show him right now. Dates and names and proof of everything. He stood up looking pale and asked why I hadn't told him before, when he first started dating her. I explained that I hadn't known until tonight. He'd never mentioned her name, just kept saying, "This new girl." And then she'd walked in here acting like she'd never seen me before in her life. Alicia stood up too, her face bright red. She said I was being insane, that I was obviously just jealous and trying to ruin things for her. I shouted back that I was trying to save him from what she did to me, that she'd destroyed me, made me feel worthless, convinced me that her cheating was somehow my fault. And now, she was doing the same thing to my best friend. She grabbed her purse and coat and said she didn't have to listen to this. She looked at Marcus and asked if he was coming with her. Marcus didn't move. He just stood there staring at the floor. He looked at me, then at her, then back at me. Finally, he said he needed everyone to leave. The room cleared out in less than 5 minutes. Dave gave me this look like he couldn't decide if I'd done something heroic or completely insane. Alicia left without saying anything else, slamming the door hard enough that I heard something rattle on the wall. Then it was just Marcus and me, standing in his living room. The silence felt like it was crushing my chest. He stood there for what felt like forever before he finally spoke. He told me to show him everything. I handed over my phone and he scrolled through all of it. The messages between Alicia and her coworkers. Texts where she admitted to making mistakes. Photos with timestamps proving she'd been with other guys on nights she told me she was working late. He read through everything for maybe 10 minutes without saying a single word. When Marcus finally handed my phone back, he looked completely gutted. He asked why I'd never told him her name before. I explained that after the breakup, I'd tried to just erase her from my memory completely. He knew I'd dated someone who cheated, but I'd never wanted to get into the details because thinking about her made me feel sick. I apologized and said I should have asked him more questions when he started seeing someone new. He sat down on the couch and put his head in his hands. He said he'd been with her for 6 weeks, and she'd seemed so normal, so genuinely good. I told him quietly that's what she does. She's really good at seeming perfect until she's not. We sat there for a while without talking much. Eventually, Marcus asked me to leave. Not in an angry way, just in a way that made it clear he needed to process everything alone. I told him to call if he needed anything and headed out. That was 4 days ago. Marcus has been texting me since then, but the messages are short and kind of cold. He broke up with Alicia the next morning. She apparently tried to deny everything again at first, then switched tactics and said I was obsessed with her and making things up because I couldn't handle that she'd moved on. Marcus didn't believe her, which is something at least. But he's still pissed at me. He sent me a long message yesterday, saying I was right about her, but asking if I really had to humiliate him in front of all our friends. He said I could have pulled him aside privately, or sent him a text instead of making him look like an idiot in his own apartment. And honestly, I don't know how to respond to that because part of me thinks he's right. Our other friends have been weighing in too, which hasn't helped. About half of them think I did the right thing by warning Marcus immediately. The other half think I was completely out of line. Dave's girlfriend sent me this long text about how uncomfortable it was to watch, and how I clearly have unresolved issues I need to work through. Maybe she's not wrong about that. I keep replaying that night over and over in my head. The look on Marcus's face when I said Alicia and I used to date. The way the room went silent. How red her face got when I said I had proof. The sound of the door slamming when she left. Maybe I was cruel. Maybe I let 3 years of anger and hurt take control, and I wanted to hurt her the way she hurt me. Maybe I wanted everyone to see what she really was, instead of the person she was pretending to be. But I also keep thinking about what would have happened if I'd stayed quiet. How long would it have taken Marcus to figure out what she was really like? Would she have cheated on him too? Would he have spent months feeling crazy and worthless the way I did? Part of me thinks I saved him from all of that. Another part thinks I destroyed our friendship because I couldn't control myself for one night. Marcus and I are supposed to meet for lunch today. He texted me yesterday saying he wants to talk in person. I have no idea what he's going to say. Maybe he's going to thank me for looking out for him. Maybe he's going to tell me he needs space from our friendship because I embarrassed him and crossed a line he can't forgive. I honestly don't know which one it'll be. I haven't slept well since that night. I keep wondering if there was a better way to handle it. If I should have just asked Marcus to step outside for a minute and told him privately. If I should have waited until the next day and met him for coffee. But then I remember the way Alicia looked at me that night, so smug and confident that I wouldn't say anything. And I remember how good she was at lying, how convincing she could be when she wanted to spin a story. If I'd given her even one night to get ahead of it, she could have told Marcus I was her crazy ex who was stalking her or something. She could have poisoned that well before I even had a chance to show him the truth. I'm sitting here waiting for Marcus to show up, and I genuinely don't know if our friendship is going to survive this. I don't know if I did the right thing, or if I just blew up his life and mine because I couldn't let go of something that happened 3 years ago. At my father's funeral, I made sure his favorite son saw the truth about him. I, 42, stood at the back of the funeral home watching my brother Liam, 45, play the role of grieving son to perfection. He was up front greeting everyone, accepting condolences with this practiced, sad smile, directing people to the guest book like he was hosting some kind of event. Which I guess he was. He'd taken charge of everything the moment our father died. The arrangements, the flowers, the speeches, all of it. I didn't argue. Didn't see the point. I need to explain how we got here, because none of this makes sense without the context. Growing up, Liam was the golden child. That's not me being dramatic, that's just fact. Our father paid for his entire college education at a private university. Bought him a brand new car when he turned 16. When Liam was 35, Dad handed him the deed to our childhood home. Just gave it to him. Meanwhile, I got told I'd never amount to anything, repeatedly. He forgot my birthday more years than he remembered it. When I graduated community college, which I paid for myself, he didn't show up. Said he had to help Liam move into his new apartment. There's this family photo they display at every gathering. It's Dad, Liam, my aunts and uncles, some cousins. I'm not in it. I was there that day. I remember it being taken. But somehow I got cropped out before it was framed. No one ever mentioned it. I worked my way through school, started my own small business doing bookkeeping for local shops. Built my own life because I had to. Dad never asked about it, never visited. The few times I saw him at family events, he'd spend the whole time talking to Liam about sports or the house or whatever. I was furniture. So there I was, watching Liam bask in sympathetic attention, and all I could think about was the envelope in my purse. 3 weeks before this funeral, I got a call from the hospice. Dad was dying. Did I want to come say goodbye? I almost didn't go. What was the point? But something made me drive over there anyway. He was barely conscious when I arrived, couldn't really talk. But this nurse came over and handed me an envelope. She said he'd asked her to give it to me specifically, that it was important. I opened it in the parking lot. It was a letter. In his shaky handwriting, our father admitted everything. The years of favoritism, the coldness toward me, all of it. He said the guilt had been eating at him, especially near the end. Then he dropped the real bomb. That house he'd given Liam 5 years ago, the deed was never legally transferred. He'd given Liam a photocopy and a promise, but the actual deed stayed in his name, which meant it was part of his estate, which meant, according to the will he'd changed a month before dying, it was mine. He wrote that he knew he couldn't undo the damage, couldn't give me back those years. But this was something. This was real. I sat in my car reading that letter 3 times. I was angry, furious actually, because what was I supposed to do with a too little too late guilt gift from a dying man? But underneath that anger was this grim satisfaction. Finally, something was mine. Back at the funeral, Liam was wrapping up his remarks about our father's generous spirit. People were nodding, dabbing at their eyes. Then he announced that the reception would be at the family house. His house, he said. The one our father had given him because he knew Liam would take care of it. The slideshow started playing on the wall behind him. Photos of Dad and Liam fishing. Dad and Liam at Liam's college graduation. Dad and Liam working on the house together. Not one single photo included me. Not one. I spotted Mr. Patterson near the back. He was our family lawyer, had known Dad for 30 years, came to the funeral as a friend. I hadn't planned on doing anything today. I really hadn't. But then Liam started talking about the renovations he was planning for his house, how he was going to honor Dad's memory by updating it, and something in me just snapped. I reached into my purse and felt the envelope, the letter, the deed, the proof that everything Liam thought he knew was a lie. My hands were steady as I pulled it out. After 42 years of being invisible, I was about to become very, very visible. The reception was at Liam's apartment. Well, the apartment in what he thought was his house. He'd been living there for 5 years, ever since Dad gave it to him. The whole drive over, I kept the envelope in my lap. Still wasn't sure what I was going to do with it. Inside, Liam was in his element, showing people around, pointing out the new kitchen backsplash he'd installed, talking about memories in each room. Our Aunt Carol kept going on about how lucky he was, how Dad had really set him up well. A couple of uncles were drinking beer in the living room, laughing about something Dad used to say. It was like watching everyone celebrate a version of my father that never existed. I stood in the corner, nursing a glass of wine I didn't want, just watching. Liam walked a group through the hallway, pointing at photos on the wall. He'd hung up pictures of him and Dad, the fishing trips, the baseball games, the day Dad gave him the keys to the house. That one was framed bigger than the others. My Aunt Linda came up to me at one point. She patted my arm and said, "Well, at least your brother is taken care of. Your father knew what he was doing." Like that was supposed to comfort me. Like I should be grateful that Liam got everything and I got scraps of pity. I just nodded. Didn't trust myself to speak. Then Liam decided it was time for another speech. Of course he did. He gathered everyone in the living room, stood right in front of that slideshow that was still playing on loop. Not one photo of me in the entire thing. He started talking about how grateful he was that everyone came to help him through this difficult time in his home. Kept emphasizing that. His home. The one Dad gave him. He went on about Dad's selflessness, his fairness, how he always tried to do right by both his children. Both. Like I was even a footnote in Dad's life. People were nodding along, some were tearing up. Liam's voice got all choked up when he talked about how Dad had trusted him with the family legacy, with the house that held so many memories. That's when I moved. I walked through the crowd, every step feeling surreal, like I was watching myself do it. Mr. Patterson was standing near the bookshelf. I walked right up to him. I said, quiet enough that only he could hear, "Mr. Patterson, could you take a look at something for me?" I handed him the envelope. He opened it right there, pulled out the letter and the deed. I watched his face change as he read. Confusion first, then shock, then this uncomfortable realization of what he was holding. He looked up at me and said, way too loud, "I don't understand. Liam was told the house was his." The room went quiet. Liam turned around, annoyed at the interruption. He said, "It is mine. Dad gave it to me 5 years ago." Patterson was looking between the documents and Liam, clearly trying to figure out what to do. He said, "There's no legal transfer here. The deed is still in your father's name, and according to this letter..." I cut in, my voice steady. "Why don't you read it out loud?" Patterson looked at me like I'd just asked him to detonate a bomb. Which, I guess I had. He hesitated, glanced at Liam, then back at the letter. But he's a lawyer, and those were legal documents in his hands. He started reading. The whole room heard it. Dad's confession about the guilt, the years of favoritism he regretted, the fact that the house was never legally transferred to Liam, just a photocopy and a promise. Then the part about the updated will, the one that left the house to me. You could have heard a pin drop. Actually, someone did drop something. A glass, I think. It shattered on the hardwood floor, but no one moved. Liam's face went completely white. He looked like someone had physically struck him. He said, "This can't be real. Dad gave me this house." I looked right at him. "He gave you a photocopy and a promise. He gave me the deed." Then everything exploded. Aunts started gasping and grabbing at the documents. Uncles were demanding to see proof. Liam's wife started crying, asking where they were going to live. Someone said I should be ashamed of myself, doing this at a funeral. Someone else said they always knew something was off about the house situation. Liam turned on me, and I'd never seen him look at me like that before. pure rage mixed with betrayal. He said, "You couldn't let me have this one thing, even at his funeral?" Something inside me just broke open. I said, "You had everything, every single thing." I had silence. The room erupted again, but I was done with all of it. I walked away while they were still shouting, pushed through the crowd of relatives who were either staring at me in horror or pretending to look anywhere else. But I stopped at the mantel first. That family photo was sitting there, the one they always displayed. Dad, Liam, the aunts and uncles, some cousins, the perfect family shot. I picked it up and looked at it for a second. There was this weird spacing in the composition, like someone had been removed. Because someone had. Me. I set it face down on the mantel and walked out. Didn't say goodbye. Didn't look back. People were calling after me, but their voices just faded into noise. The next few days were insane. My phone wouldn't stop. Texts, calls, voicemails. Aunt Carol left me 3 messages about how I'd ruined everything. How could I be so cruel? Did I have no respect for the dead? Uncle Jim sent a long text about family loyalty and forgiveness. My cousin Sarah, who I barely ever talked to, called me a vindictive bitch. But then there were the other messages. My cousin Mike, who I hadn't heard from in years, sent a text that just said, "I always knew Dad treated you like crap. Good for you." An old family friend, someone who'd known us since we were kids, called and said she'd witnessed the favoritism for decades and always felt sick about staying silent. Liam's lawyer sent official letters, threats basically, but my lawyer looked everything over and confirmed it was all legal. The deed was never transferred. The will was valid. The house was mine. My mom's friends started posting on Facebook, vague things about family betrayal and disrespecting the dead. Never naming me directly, but everyone knew. The comments were a nightmare. Half the people agreed I was terrible. The other half were asking what actually happened. I stopped checking social media after day 3. A week later, I was sitting in my apartment. My small apartment that I'd worked for, paid for myself. The deed to the house was on my coffee table. This house full of memories I didn't even want. Rooms where my father had ignored me, where Liam had been celebrated, where I'd learned I was worthless. I didn't even know if I wanted the house. That wasn't the point, really. The point was being seen, being acknowledged, even if it came 42 years too late, even if it came from a guilty, dying man who couldn't face me while he was healthy. The grief I felt wasn't for my father exactly. It was for the relationship we never had. The dad I needed and never got. I kept thinking about that letter, wondering if he meant it as an apology, or if it was just more guilt-driven manipulation from beyond the grave. Did he give me the house because he actually regretted how he treated me? Or because he couldn't stand dying with that guilt? I didn't have an answer. Still don't. 2 weeks after the funeral, I got an email from Liam. Just one line. "I hope you're happy. You got what you always wanted, to destroy this family." I stared at it for a long time, started typing a response, deleted it, typed another one. I just wanted a father. The family was already destroyed. But I didn't send that one either. What I actually sent was, "You have 60 days to move out." That's more notice than I ever got about anything. He didn't respond. I still haven't decided what to do with the house. Sell it, rent it, let it rot. Some days I think about burning it down, though I'm mostly joking. Mostly. My lawyer says I should make a decision soon, that leaving it in limbo isn't good for anyone. But I keep pulling up that letter on my phone, reading it over and over. There's this one line near the end. "I don't expect forgiveness, but I hope you'll accept this truth." The truth. That he was a bad father. That he knew it. That he tried to fix it with real estate like that could somehow make up for a lifetime of being erased. Everyone said I ruined the funeral. Maybe I did. But after 42 years of being invisible in my own family, maybe being seen, really seen, for once was its own kind of peace. Even if it came at a funeral, even if it destroyed what was left, even if that peace feels more like vindication than comfort, and vindication feels hollow at 3 a.m. when I'm alone with that deed and that letter and all those years of silence. I existed loudly for once, messily, destructively according to my family, but I existed, and I'm still trying to figure out if that was enough. At my retirement party, I exposed the coworker who sabotaged my entire career. I'm a 60-year-old man who just spent 35 years at Henderson & Associates, a mid-sized consulting firm where I thought I'd built a legacy worth remembering. For most of those years, I prided myself on being the guy who lifted others up. I mentored people, vouched for them when it mattered, and genuinely cared about their success. One person in particular stands out. Marcus, 38 now, who I hired as a junior analyst 12 years ago. I treated that kid like the son I never had. I personally trained him, got him promoted twice, even invited him to family dinners with my wife Sarah. I trusted him completely. About a week before my retirement party, I got an email from Linda, a former coworker who left the company 3 years ago. The subject line just said, "We need to talk. It's about Marcus." That was it. No context, no explanation. I figured maybe she wanted to contribute to some retirement gift or something, so I agreed to meet her at a coffee shop across town, nowhere near the office. When I sat down across from her, Linda didn't waste time with small talk. She looked me dead in the eye and said Marcus had been sabotaging me for years, systematically, deliberately. I actually laughed at first because it sounded insane. But then she pulled out her phone and started showing me proof. Emails, screenshots, messages where Marcus bragged to another colleague about taking me down. My stomach dropped. The worst part was learning about Project Meridian. 4 years ago, I was supposed to make VP. I'd been working toward it my entire career, and that project was going to be my capstone achievement. Then suddenly everything fell apart. The client complained about errors in my projections, numbers I knew I hadn't gotten wrong. Upper management questioned my competence. I lost the promotion to someone 15 years younger than me, and Marcus was the one who swooped in to fix everything, looking like a hero, while I looked like I was losing my edge. Turns out, it wasn't my edge I was losing. Marcus had leaked altered versions of my reports to both the client and management. He created a fake email account that looked similar enough to mine that no one questioned it. He made it look like I was incompetent, and then he positioned himself as the solution. I sat there in that coffee shop feeling like the floor had disappeared beneath me. Linda explained that she only found out because the colleague Marcus had confided in eventually felt guilty and told her everything before she left the company. She admitted she stayed silent at the time because she was leaving anyway and didn't want the drama. But when she saw the announcement about my retirement party, her conscience finally kicked in. She said she couldn't let me leave without knowing the truth. That night I sat in my home office, staring at everything Linda had given me. Printed emails, screenshots of messages where Marcus literally wrote, "The old man won't know what hit him." Evidence that he'd used an admin override to access my computer multiple times over the years. It was all there. Documented proof that the person I'd mentored and trusted had spent years systematically destroying my reputation. I started thinking about other things that happened over the years. The time Marcus accidentally sent one of my internal emails to the entire board, making me look like I was talking behind people's backs. When he volunteered to help with the Patterson account, and I somehow got blamed for missed deadlines. How he always seemed to be perfectly positioned to save the day whenever I apparently screwed up. It all made sense now. The retirement party was in 6 days. Marcus was scheduled to speak at it, planning to give some touching tribute to his mentor. The thought made me sick. I had a decision to make, and I had less than a week to make it. Do I let it go? Retire with whatever dignity I have left and let him win? Or do I blow up everything and expose him in front of everyone who watched my reputation crumble? I looked at that framed invitation to my own retirement party sitting on my desk, with all those congratulatory words about 35 years of dedicated service. 35 years that this guy had tried to erase. I knew what I had to do. The next 3 days were hell. I couldn't sleep, couldn't focus on anything except what I was going to do with this information. Sarah could tell something was wrong, and when I finally told her what Linda had revealed, she went quiet for a long time. Then she said I should let it go, that I was retiring anyway, and there was no point in stirring up drama now. She told me not to let Marcus take my dignity along with everything else he'd already stolen. My best friend Tom had the opposite reaction. When I showed him the evidence, he got angry on my behalf in a way I hadn't even let myself feel yet. He said if I let this slide, Marcus wins forever. That everyone would keep remembering me as the guy who screwed up Meridian and lost his edge in his final years. He had a point that I couldn't shake. But I needed to know for sure, so I started doing my own digging. I still had access to old files I'd saved on personal drives over the years, things I'd backed up out of habit. I started going through them with fresh eyes, and the inconsistencies I'd been too trusting to notice before jumped out at me. Reports that didn't match my notes, timelines that didn't add up. I found logs showing Marcus had accessed my computer multiple times using an admin override that he shouldn't have had. Then I started connecting other dots. 3 years ago, I got blamed for a budget overrun on the Chen account. I remembered Marcus had volunteered to help me with the spreadsheets that week because I was swamped. The numbers had been right when I checked them, but somehow when they reached the client, they were off by nearly 20%. At the time, I figured I'd made a tired mistake. Now I knew better. There was also the time I got formally reprimanded for missing a critical deadline on the Morrison proposal. Marcus had offered to submit it for me since he was heading to that side of the building anyway. The proposal never made it to the right desk until 2 days later. Marcus said he'd gotten confused about which office to deliver it to. Everyone believed him because why wouldn't they? He was just trying to help his mentor. The pattern was so clear now it was almost embarrassing that I'd missed it for so long. Marcus didn't just want my job. He wanted to erase me completely, to make everyone forget I'd ever been competent or valuable. Every move he made was calculated to lift himself up by tearing me down. 2 days before the party, I made my decision. I couldn't let 35 years end with everyone thinking I'd declined into incompetence. I couldn't let Marcus give some fake tribute while people nodded sympathetically, thinking he'd been gracious to stick with a failing mentor. I started organizing all the evidence into a clear timeline, putting together a presentation that would be impossible to deny. I practiced what I was going to say, keeping it factual and calm. No emotion, just facts. I didn't tell Sarah my plan because I knew she'd try to stop me. Maybe that makes me a coward, but I'd already made up my mind. The day of the party arrived and I felt weirdly calm. The conference room was decorated with balloons and a banner that said, "Congratulations on 35 years." About 50 people showed up. Current colleagues, former co-workers, even some clients I'd worked with over the decades. I shook hands, accepted congratulations, played the part of the grateful retiree. Then Marcus walked in carrying a framed photo of the two of us from about 10 years ago, both smiling at some company event. He had this big grin on his face like he was so proud to honor his mentor. I felt my jaw clench, but I kept my expression neutral. My boss Janet opened the event with remarks about my distinguished career and dedicated service. She talked about my integrity and how I'd always put the company first. The irony was so thick I almost choked on it. People clapped. Marcus nodded along solemnly, and I stood there knowing I was about to detonate a bomb in the middle of this whole charade. When Janet handed me the microphone for my farewell speech, I took it with steady hands. I thanked everyone for coming and mentioned a few highlights from 35 years. Standard retirement speech stuff. Then I paused and said there was something I needed to address before I left. Something about truth and loyalty. The room got quiet, and I saw Sarah's face go pale across the room. She knew exactly what was coming. I started calmly, explaining that I'd recently discovered some information about my career that everyone deserved to know. I had my laptop connected to the projector, and I pulled up the first piece of evidence, the fake email account Marcus had created that mimicked mine. I walked them through Project Meridian step by step, showing my original reports next to the altered versions that had been sent to the client and upper management. The numbers were completely different. Marcus tried to interrupt, saying this was ridiculous and he didn't have to listen to this. I just looked at him and told him he was free to leave, but everyone else deserved to know who they'd been working with. He stayed frozen in place, his face getting redder by the second. I kept going. I showed the messages where Marcus had bragged to another colleague about taking down the old man. I displayed the access logs, proving he'd used an admin override to get into my computer multiple times over the years. The room was dead silent except for the sound of people shifting uncomfortably in their chairs. I could see Janet's expression changing from confusion to anger to something like horror as she realized what she was seeing. Marcus tried to laugh it off, saying I was just a bitter old man who couldn't accept his own mistakes. That's when Linda stood up from the back of the room. She said she was the one who gave me the evidence, that she'd been there and watched him do it. The look on Marcus's face when he saw her was almost worth everything. Janet told Marcus to come to her office immediately, but then she stopped and turned to me instead. Right there in front of everyone, she apologized. She said she owed me an apology, and that they all should have trusted me. Some of my colleagues nodded. Others looked away like they couldn't meet my eyes. Marcus started trying to slip toward the door quietly, but Janet stopped him and told him not to bother coming in Monday. HR would be in contact. The party never recovered after that. People started leaving in awkward clusters, not sure what to say or do. A few colleagues came up to apologize directly, mumbling about how they should have known better, or how they'd always thought something seemed off. Others avoided me completely and just left. Tom came over and clapped me on the shoulder, telling me I'd done the right thing. Sarah just looked at me with this expression I couldn't quite read, and said she hoped it was worth it. That night, Marcus sent me a single text message. It said I'd just destroyed both our legacies and asked if I was happy. I didn't respond. What was there to say? 3 weeks have passed since then. I'm officially retired now, spending my days at home trying to figure out what retired life is supposed to look like. Janet called last week to tell me they've been reviewing all of Marcus's work and found more irregularities. Apparently his deception went even deeper than what I'd uncovered. They want to offer me a consulting role to help clean up the mess and restore the integrity of the projects he touched. The money would be good, and it would give me something to do, but I'm not sure I want to go back to that place. Some former colleagues have reached out to apologize for not believing in me, or for being too quick to assume I was slipping. A few have taken me out for coffee or lunch, trying to make amends. But plenty of others haven't said a word. I guess they're either too embarrassed, or they still think I was out of line for what I did. My reputation is restored, at least officially. Janet made sure of that. But the relationships are mostly broken. Sarah still barely talks to me about it. She's not angry exactly, just disappointed that I chose confrontation over peace. Half my former colleagues think I was justified. The other half think I'm vindictive. And Marcus's career is completely destroyed. He'll never work in this industry again. I sit on my porch most mornings now with my coffee, looking out at nothing in particular. I got the truth out there, and people finally know what really happened. But I also turned what should have been a celebration into a courtroom trial. I reclaimed my reputation, but I'm not entirely sure what I actually won. Some days I think I did the right thing. Other days I wonder if I just let Marcus drag me down to his level. I guess I'll be wrestling with that for a while. During my brother's baby shower, I revealed that the child isn't his. I'm a 34-year-old woman, and I've always been protective of my younger brother Marcus, who's 29. He's the kind of person who sees the best in everyone, sometimes to his own detriment. He'd been dating his girlfriend Stephanie, 27, for about 2 years when she announced her pregnancy 6 months ago. Marcus was over the moon about it. He'd always talked about wanting to be a father, and suddenly, his dream was coming true. I need to explain how I discovered the truth, so let me back up a few months. Around month 3 of Stephanie's pregnancy, things started feeling off to me. She became really secretive with her phone, always taking calls in other rooms or stepping outside. The pregnancy timeline didn't quite add up either, with when Marcus told me they'd been trying. Marcus works long hours as an EMT, so he wasn't around enough to notice these little inconsistencies. But I was. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, that maybe I just didn't like Stephanie that much and was looking for problems. Then about 3 weeks before the baby shower, Stephanie asked me to help her take some maternity photos using her phone. While I was scrolling through her camera roll to find the best shot we'd just taken, I saw a screenshot of text messages. The messages were between her and someone saved as D in her contacts. I only glimpsed it for a second, but I saw enough. They were discussing a paternity test and the phrase, "He doesn't need to know yet." I felt my stomach drop, but I didn't say anything to her. I just finished taking the photos like nothing happened and left as soon as I could. That night I couldn't sleep. Those messages kept replaying in my head. Over the next 2 weeks, I started paying closer attention to everything. Stephanie would get weirdly defensive whenever anyone asked about her due date or how far along she was. She gave different answers to different people, too. I heard her tell my mom she was 28 weeks, but then she told Marcus's best friend she was 24 weeks. I tried to convince myself I was overthinking it, that maybe I'd misunderstood what I saw. But then during a family dinner at Marcus's place, I overheard her on the phone in his bathroom. She was saying something like, "I can't tell him before the baby comes. It'll ruin everything." I stood outside that door feeling sick to my stomach. The night before the baby shower, I did something I'm not proud of. Stephanie was over at Marcus's place, and while she was in the shower, I went through her purse. I found a folded piece of paper stuffed in a hidden pocket of her wallet. It was a paternity test result dated from 2 months ago. The test showed a 99.9% probability that the father was someone named Derek Knowles. I took a photo of it with shaking hands, my heart racing the entire time. I quickly looked up Derek Knowles on Facebook and found him easily. He worked at the same marketing firm as Stephanie. That's when I knew for certain that my brother was about to raise another man's child and had no idea. I spent that entire night awake, pacing my apartment, trying to figure out what to do. Should I tell Marcus privately and give him the dignity of processing this information alone? That seemed like the right thing to do. But I also knew Stephanie. She was manipulative and good at twisting situations to her advantage. If I told Marcus alone, she'd find a way to convince him I was lying, or jealous, or trying to break them up. She'd make me the villain. By the time the sun came up, I'd made my decision. I wasn't sure it was the right one, but I'd made it. I was going to that baby shower, and I was going to make sure the truth came out in a way where Stephanie couldn't control the narrative or talk her way out of it. Looking back now, I wonder if that decision was about protecting Marcus or about making sure Stephanie couldn't escape what she'd done. Maybe it was both. Either way, I got dressed that morning knowing that by the end of the day, everything in our family would be different. The baby shower was in Marcus's backyard. Stephanie had insisted on throwing this huge celebration, and she'd gone all out. There were probably 40 people there. Family, friends, co-workers, neighbors. Pastel blue decorations were everywhere. There was this ridiculous 3-tier cake, and tables were piled high with gifts. Everyone was smiling and laughing and taking pictures, completely clueless about what was really going on. I arrived with the paternity test photo saved on my phone, and I swear, my heart was pounding so hard I thought people could hear it. Stephanie was in full performance mode, playing the perfect mom-to-be, with one hand always resting on her belly. Marcus looked happier than I'd seen him in years. He had his arm around her, talking to his friends about nursery colors and baby names he liked. My mom pulled me aside at one point and said how wonderful this all was, how excited she was to finally be a grandmother. I felt physically sick. I kept second-guessing myself. Maybe I should just pull Marcus aside right now and show him privately. Maybe this whole public confrontation plan was insane. But then I'd see Stephanie laughing with our relatives, accepting their congratulations, and I'd remember that she'd been lying to all of us for months. She deserved to be exposed in front of everyone she'd been deceiving. The gift opening started, and Stephanie made this big production out of each present. She'd hold up baby clothes and blankets, saying how perfect everything was, how blessed they were. People were eating it up. Then she pulled out this small box wrapped in blue paper and handed it to Marcus. She announced loud enough for everyone to hear that this one was special. Marcus opened it, and inside was a tiny white onesie with Daddy's Little Miracle printed on it. Everyone started clapping and cheering. Some people had their phones out, recording the moment. That's when something in me just snapped. I stood up and said that Marcus needed to know something. The entire backyard went silent. All eyes turned to me. Stephanie's face went completely pale, and she immediately said, "Not now. Please, not now." But I couldn't stop at that point. I told everyone that the baby wasn't Marcus's. Just said it straight out. I held up my phone, showing the paternity test photo. I explained about the text messages I'd seen, the inconsistent pregnancy timeline, Derek Knowles from her office. My voice was shaking, but I got it all out. The silence was absolutely deafening. Marcus just stood there holding that onesie, staring at Stephanie. His face was completely blank, like he couldn't process what was happening. Stephanie burst into tears and started screaming that I was a liar, that I was trying to ruin her life. She begged Marcus not to listen to me, said I'd always been jealous of their relationship and never wanted them to be happy. Some guests started quietly gathering their things, clearly desperate to get out of there. My mom started yelling at me, asking how I could possibly do this here, now, in front of everyone. Marcus still hadn't said a single word. He just kept looking between me, Stephanie, and my phone with the test results on it. Then Stephanie's mom started screaming at me, calling me every name in the book. Marcus's best friend tried to get him to sit down, but Marcus just shook him off. I tried to walk over to Marcus to explain why I'd done it this way, but Stephanie stepped between us. She kept repeating that I had no right, over and over like a broken record. Finally, Marcus spoke. He asked if it was true. Just those 4 words. Stephanie couldn't even look at him. He asked again, louder this time, demanding an answer. That's when she completely broke down. She admitted to the affair. Said she thought the baby might be Marcus's at first, then found out it wasn't. But she loved him too much to lose him. So she just didn't say anything. She was sobbing, barely coherent. But the truth was finally out there. Marcus dropped the onesie on the ground. He didn't yell, didn't cry, didn't say anything else. He just turned around and walked into the house. I heard the bedroom door slam from the backyard. Stephanie tried to follow him, but her mom held her back. The party cleared out in less than 20 minutes. People abandoned gifts on tables and practically ran to their cars. Stephanie's family took her home while she was still hysterical. I stayed to help clean up the mess, but my mom wouldn't even look at me. My dad just said I could have handled this differently, then left. I was alone in that backyard, surrounded by blue decorations and half-eaten cake, and Marcus was locked in his room, refusing to come out. Marcus didn't speak to me for 3 days after the shower. I called, I texted, I even showed up at his place, but he wouldn't answer the door. When he finally called me back, his voice sounded completely hollow, like someone had sucked all the life out of him. He told me he knew I was trying to protect him, but that I'd destroyed him in front of everyone he cared about. He wasn't angry exactly, just broken. He said he'd already kicked Stephanie out and contacted a lawyer about everything. But then he told me he needed space from me, from everyone. That hurt more than I expected. My mom is still furious with me. She thinks I humiliated the entire family and that I should have told Marcus privately so he could decide how to handle it himself. She's barely speaking to me now. My dad is more understanding, but definitely disappointed in my methods. He keeps saying I was right about the truth, but wrong about the delivery. Some relatives have completely stopped talking to me. Others have quietly reached out to say they think I did the right thing, even if it was messy.
But they won't say it publicly because they don't want to cause more family drama.
Stephanie has been blowing up my phone non-stop. Her messages alternate between begging me to talk to Marcus on her behalf and threatening to sue me for defamation. She posted something vague on social media about toxic family members and cruel betrayal, and all her friends commented with support. Apparently, she and Derek are officially together now, which I guess makes sense. She's been telling anyone who will listen that I ruined her chance at having a family with Marcus out of pure spite. Part of me wants to respond and set the record straight, but I know it won't change anything. It's been 2 weeks since the shower, and Marcus is seeing a therapist now, which I'm glad about. He's still not really talking to me beyond brief, polite texts when I check in on him. He told our mom that he doesn't know if he can forgive me for how I handled everything, even though he's glad he knows the truth. That's what kills me. He's grateful I told him, but can't forgive how I did it. He canceled the lease on the bigger apartment they were going to move into for the baby. He took down all the photos of Stephanie from his social media. He's basically erasing her from his life. But I got erased a little bit too in the process. I lie awake most nights replaying that moment in the backyard. I see Marcus's face when everything clicked, when he realized his entire future had been built on a lie. Part of me knows I saved him from years of raising another man's child, from being trapped in a relationship based on deception. Another part of me knows I could have done this privately and spared him the public humiliation. Maybe I was angry. Maybe I wanted Stephanie to suffer the way I knew Marcus would suffer. Maybe my need for justice mattered more to me than my brother's dignity. And I'm only now realizing that. The baby is due in about 2 months.
Marcus has made it crystal clear he wants nothing to do with Stephanie or the child, which is his right.
My family is completely fractured now. Some people have taken my side, agreeing that Stephanie needed to be exposed. Others agree with my mom that I was cruel and handled it in the worst possible way. I haven't been invited to family dinners. I'm basically persona non grata at any family gathering, because my presence makes things awkward. I ran into Marcus at the grocery store yesterday. It was the first time I'd seen him in person since the shower. He was in the produce section, and when he saw me, he just gave me this small nod and kept walking. Didn't stop, didn't say hi, just acknowledged my existence and moved on. I stood there holding a bag of apples, watching my little brother walk away from me, and I realized this might be our relationship now. Polite nods in grocery stores, brief texts on birthdays. Distance. I saved him from a lie, but I lost him in the process. Some days I think I'm a hero for protecting my brother. Other days I think I'm the villain who destroyed him in front of 40 people because I couldn't handle the situation like an adult. I genuinely don't know if Marcus will ever truly forgive me, or if I even deserve his forgiveness. The truth came out, and we're all living with the wreckage now. I just hope someday he understands why I did it, even if he never agrees with how I did it.
Everyone laughed when I said I'd walk away from the family business, until I took the clients with me. I'm 40 years old, and I've been working for my family's construction company since I was 19. My father started the business from nothing, built it with his own hands. My brother Paul, who's 43, came in later to handle the management side, the office work, the contracts, all the paperwork. I did the physical work, the labor, the long hours on job sites, the late nights fixing mistakes, the early mornings meeting with clients. 21 years of sweat and silence. When our father died 2 years ago, I thought things would change. I assumed Paul and I would finally run things together, equal partners like Dad probably wanted. We'd grown up in this business. We both knew it inside and out, just in different ways. Instead, Paul called a family meeting 3 days after the funeral. Just him, me, and Mom in the office Dad built. Paul sat in Dad's chair. That should have been my first clue. He had this whole speech prepared about maintaining stability and clear roles. The bottom line was, I'd stay in operations. He'd handle everything else. He actually told me I wasn't business-minded enough for the office side of things. Mom just nodded along, didn't even look at me. I should have fought back right then. But I was grieving, and honestly, part of me thought maybe he was right. Maybe I was just the muscle. So I bit my tongue and went back to work. Back to the job sites, the crews, the clients. I told myself it didn't matter who sat in the office, as long as the work got done right. For a year and a half, I kept my head down. I brought in contracts, managed the teams, made sure every project finished on time and under budget. Paul collected the checks and handled the books. I didn't ask questions about my pay. Family business, right? We're all in this together. Then I started noticing things. Small stuff at first. Paul bought a new truck, a really nice one. Took a vacation to Hawaii. Started talking about investing in rental properties. Meanwhile, I was still driving Dad's old F-150 and living in the same house I bought 20 years ago. I finally looked at my pay stubs. Really looked at them. I'd been making the same hourly rate for 3 years. No raises, no bonuses. Meanwhile, I knew for a fact that the Riverside project, the one I'd secured personally, the one I'd managed from start to finish, had brought in a massive profit. Where did that money go? I checked with our accountant, Danny, who'd been with us since the beginning. He felt bad for me, I could tell. He showed me the books. Paul had been paying himself performance bonuses. Big ones. From projects I brought in, projects I managed, projects I sweated over. That hurt, but I still didn't say anything. I just worked harder, thinking maybe if I proved myself more, things would balance out. Then came that afternoon at Mulligan's bar. I'd finished up early on a site and decided to grab a beer before heading home. It's this place near our office where a lot of contractors hang out. I walked in and immediately spotted Paul at the corner booth with Rick Henderson, one of our regular subcontractors. I was about to head over when I heard Paul's voice carry across the room. He was talking about me, about how he had the perfect setup,
how I did all the heavy lifting while he ran the business. Then he said it. Cheap labor with a family discount. They both laughed. Rick said something I couldn't hear, and Paul responded that I wasn't going anywhere. That this was all I knew. More laughter. I stood there frozen with my hand on a bar stool. 21 years. 21 years I'd given to this company, to this family, and that's what I was to him. Cheap labor. A joke to tell over drinks. I turned around and walked out before they could see me. I sat in Dad's old truck for probably an hour, just staring at the steering wheel. My hands were shaking, not from anger, though that was there too, from something else. Clarity, maybe. The respect was gone. Maybe it had never been there at all. And right then, sitting in that parking lot, I knew something had to change. I just didn't know what yet. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing Paul's voice in my head. Cheap labor with a family discount. I thought about Dad, about all those years working beside him, learning everything he knew. He'd always said the business was for both of us. But Paul had turned it into his personal ATM, and I was just another expense to minimize. The guilt hit me hard around 3 a.m. This was our father's legacy. Dad had built this company from nothing, poured his entire life into it. What right did I have to walk away? What right did I have to potentially destroy it? But then, another voice crept in. Dad's voice, actually, from a conversation we'd had years ago. A client had tried to screw us on payment, and I asked Dad why he didn't just eat the loss to keep the relationship. He looked at me and said not to ever let someone mistake my loyalty for weakness. To know my worth. I'd forgotten that. Somewhere along the way, I'd let Paul mistake my loyalty for weakness. The next few weeks were brutal. During the day, I showed up to work like nothing was wrong. I managed the crews, checked on projects, did my job. But at night, I was wrestling with an impossible decision. I could confront Paul directly, demand equal partnership, equal pay, equal respect. But I knew how that would go. He'd make excuses, maybe throw me a bone to keep me quiet. And nothing would really change. Or worse, he'd push me out entirely. Or I could walk away quietly, start over somewhere else, maybe work for another construction company, let Paul keep Dad's business. But that felt like giving up, like letting Paul win. I couldn't do either. There had to be another way. It came to me during a job at the Morrison site. I was talking with Tom Morrison about his addition, and he mentioned how he'd recommended us to 3 other families in his neighborhood. He said he told everyone to ask for me specifically, that I was the only one he trusted to do it right. That's when it clicked. The clients didn't trust the company name. They trusted me. I started making a list. Over 20 years, I'd built relationships with dozens of clients. I knew their families, their homes, their standards. I'd been the face of the company for most of them. Paul rarely left the office. These weren't the company's clients. They were mine. The guilt came roaring back. Was I really thinking about taking clients from my own family's business? That felt like betrayal. That felt like scorched earth. But then I remembered they'd betrayed me first. Years of underpayment, disrespect, being treated like I was disposable. Paul had made it clear what he thought of me. I decided I wouldn't badmouth Paul or the company. I wouldn't burn bridges or spread rumors. I'd just be honest. Tell people I was starting fresh. Offer them the same quality work they'd come to expect, but with better ethics. If they wanted to follow me, that was their choice. I spent a month planning, got my contractor's license transferred, set up an LLC, found a small office space. I called it Morrison & Sons Construction, named after Dad, using his middle name. A tribute to what he built, not what Paul had turned it into. Then I started making calls. Tom Morrison was first. I told him straight that I was leaving the family business and starting my own company. Same quality work, same crew, same values my father taught me. I said I'd be honored if he'd consider working with me on future projects. He didn't hesitate, asked me when I was starting. One by one, I reached out to the clients who knew me personally. I didn't trash Paul. I didn't have to. I just told them I was moving on and would love to work with them again. About 60% said yes immediately. Another 20% said they'd think about it. I gave Paul 2 weeks' notice. Professional, simple. He barely looked up from his computer when I told him. He just said fine and wished me good luck out there. He had no idea what was coming. No idea that half his client list was already gone. No idea that the foundation he'd been standing on was built on my relationships, not the company name. I walked out of that office for the last time and I didn't look back. The first month on my own was terrifying. I'd hired 3 guys from the old crew, guys who were loyal to me, not the company name. We took on 2 small jobs just to get started. I worked 16-hour days, did the labor and the paperwork, learned the business side I'd supposedly been too stupid to handle. By month 3, I had a full schedule. By month 6, I had a waiting list. Paul's company, meanwhile, was hemorrhaging. I heard through the grapevine that jobs were drying up. Clients weren't renewing contracts. The phone wasn't ringing like it used to. I didn't celebrate. Honestly, it made me sick. That was still Dad's company, at least in name. Watching it crumble felt like watching a piece of Dad disappear. But I didn't stop working either. I built my business on the same principles Dad taught us. Show up on time, do quality work, treat people with respect, and charge a fair price. The difference was I actually lived by those principles. Paul had just used them as marketing. By the end of the year, Paul had to close the doors. Family business, gone. 25 years of Dad's work, finished. Mom called me crying, asking how I could do this to the family. I reminded her about the family meeting after Dad's funeral, about how she sat there silent while Paul pushed me aside. She hung up on me. Paul didn't call, not for months. I kept building. Morrison and Sons grew. I hired more crew, took on bigger projects, started making real money. The kind of money I should have been making all along. I bought a new truck, helped my daughter with her college tuition, finally took my wife on a decent vacation. People around town knew the story. Small community, word travels. Some sided with Paul, said I destroyed the family. Others said I just took what was mine. I stopped caring what people thought. I knew the truth. Then last month, my phone rang. Paul's name on the screen. I almost didn't answer, let it go to voicemail, but curiosity got the better of me. He acted casual, like we'd just talked yesterday, asked if I had a minute. I asked him what he wanted. He said he knew things ended badly, and that he'd had time to think. Said I built something good, and that he'd made mistakes. Then he suggested we partner up, combine our strengths again, like old times. Like old times. The audacity. I told him his strength was taking credit for other people's work, and that I didn't need that kind of partner. He tried the family card, said we're family. I told him he should have remembered that when he was joking about me being cheap labor. Then I told him I'd heard him at Mulligan's that day, that it changed everything. He went quiet, then said he'd make it right, asked me to just think about it. Please. I told him I'd think about it. That was 4 weeks ago. I haven't called back. Don't plan to. My business is thriving. I'm doing the best work of my life. I'm finally being respected for what I bring to the table. Dad's principles live on, just not in the way Paul wanted them to. Sometimes, late at night, I still wonder if I did the right thing. If I should have tried harder to make it work with Paul, to save what Dad built. If I betrayed the family by walking away and taking the clients with me. But then I remember that afternoon at the bar. I remember years of being undervalued, underpaid, overlooked. I remember that they betrayed me first, long before I ever made my first call to a client. Maybe I killed the family business. Or maybe I saved the only part of it that mattered: the integrity, the quality, the respect for the work itself. Paul's name is still in my phone. Sometimes I hover over it, thinking about calling him back. Mom hasn't spoken to me in months. The family gatherings I used to attend don't include me anymore. I honestly don't know if what I did was right or wrong. What I do know is that I sleep better now than I have in years. And when I look at the sign on my office, Morrison and Sons Construction, I think Dad would understand. Maybe he'd even be proud. But I guess I'll never really know for sure. It started with a wedding invitation that wasn't meant for me. So I made sure the bride never forgot who she tried to erase. I'm 56 years old, and I've spent most of my adult life being a mother. My son Daniel is 28 now, but for the majority of his life, it was just him and me. His father, Richard, walked out when Daniel was 4, just packed his stuff one Tuesday morning and left. No explanation that made sense. No real goodbye to his son. I got divorce papers 3 weeks later, and that was that. I'm not going to sit here and play the victim about it. Life happened. I dealt with it. I worked 2 jobs for years to keep us afloat. During the day, I waitressed at a diner off the highway, and at night I cleaned office buildings downtown. There were weeks I survived on 4 hours of sleep and gas station coffee. When Daniel got accepted to the state university, I sold my grandmother's jewelry to help cover his tuition. That jewelry was the only valuable thing I owned, but watching him walk across that graduation stage made every sacrifice worth it. He was my pride, my entire world. So when he met Marissa 2 years ago, I was genuinely thrilled. She was 26, worked in marketing at some tech company, and seemed like a sweet girl. The first few times we all had dinner together, she was polite and attentive. She asked about my job, complimented my cooking, and seemed to genuinely care about getting to know me. I remember thinking that my son had finally found someone good, someone who would treat him right, and maybe give me grandkids someday. But around 6 months ago, something shifted. It was subtle at first. Marissa started acting different when I was around. Not rude exactly, just distant. Cold, maybe. The weekly calls from Daniel became bi-weekly, then monthly. When I'd ask about wedding planning, he'd give me these vague, non-answers. Still figuring things out, Mom. Marissa's handling most of it. Don't worry about it. I stopped getting invited to their apartment for Sunday dinners. When I'd text Marissa directly, she'd respond with short messages or just emojis. I told myself I was being paranoid, maybe even a little clingy. Planning a wedding is stressful, right? And Daniel was building a life with someone else now. That's what's supposed to happen. Kids grow up, they move on, priorities change. I tried not to take it personally. Then came that Tuesday in April. I remember it was a Tuesday because I had just gotten home from grocery shopping. I was carrying bags into the house when I saw the cream-colored envelope in my mailbox. My heart actually jumped a little. Finally, I thought. The wedding invitation I'd been waiting for. I set the groceries down on the kitchen counter and opened it right there. My hands were shaking slightly because I was excited to see the details, to know when and where my son was getting married. The envelope was addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Richard Alvarez. I stood there staring at it, read it 3 times to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding. But no. This invitation was meant for my ex-husband and whatever woman he'd married after leaving us. The card inside had Daniel and Marissa's names printed in elegant script. The date was June 15th. The venue was some country club I'd never heard of in a town 2 hours away. There was no separate invitation for me. No phone call from Daniel explaining anything.
Nothing. I sat down at my kitchen table and just stared at that card. An hour passed, maybe more. My groceries were still sitting on the counter, ice cream probably melting. I didn't care. My son hadn't even told me his wedding date. I called him twice that evening. Both calls went straight to voicemail. I texted him something like, "Got an interesting piece of mail today. We need to talk." He responded about 4 hours later saying he couldn't talk, that it was a busy week. That's when I understood what had happened. Marissa's family had made their choice about who belonged at the family table, and Daniel had gone along with it. They wanted Richard there, the man who abandoned his son at 4 years old, who sent maybe 3 birthday cards in 20 years, who conveniently showed up again when Daniel graduated college and started making decent money. They wanted him, not me. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept thinking about every sacrifice I'd made, every double shift I worked, every time I chose paying his school fees over buying myself new shoes, every moment that apparently meant nothing when it came time to decide who got to sit at the family table. And just like that, I'd been erased. A week before the wedding, Daniel finally called me. I almost didn't answer, but some part of me still hoped he'd fix this. He started with some excuse about how he knew I was upset about the invitation situation. Then he said Marissa's parents had traditional views about families, and they wanted both parents listed. Since Richard was remarried, it just made sense to put them on the invitation. I asked him if it made sense to erase me. He stumbled over his words and said it wasn't like that I was still invited, obviously. So I asked him where my invitation was then. He went quiet. I hung up after that. But I made a decision right there. I was going to that wedding whether they wanted me there or not. I wasn't going to cause a scene or make a spectacle of myself. I just needed to see it with my own eyes. I needed to watch my son make this choice in real time. Maybe that makes me a masochist, but I had to know if there was any part of him that still remembered who I was, who raised him. I bought a simple navy dress from Marshall's, nothing fancy or attention-grabbing. On June 15th, I got in my car and drove those 2 hours to the country club. I walked in with my head held high and found a seat in the very last row. A few relatives I hadn't seen in years spotted me and looked confused. Daniel's Aunt Linda actually came over and whispered something about why I was sitting in the back. Wasn't I supposed to be with family? I told her I was fine where I was. The ceremony started right on time. Marissa looked beautiful walking down the aisle, I'll give her that. Daniel stood up at the altar in his tuxedo looking happier than I'd ever seen him. And there in the front row sat Richard and his wife, both dressed like they'd actually been present for any part of Daniel's life. Marissa's parents sat across the aisle looking proud and perfect. Then came the part I'd been dreading. The officiant asked who gives this woman to be married. Marissa's father stood up and said her mother and him. Standard stuff. Then the officiant asked who gives this man. Richard stood up. My ex-husband, who missed every single parent-teacher conference, every baseball game, every birthday party that mattered, stood up in front of everyone and said his father does. People murmured approvingly, like it was touching, like it meant something. Daniel smiled at him. Actually smiled. I watched Daniel's eyes scan the crowd during the vows. He looked out over all those people, and his gaze passed right over the back row where I sat. He never looked for me, not once during the entire ceremony. I don't think he even knew I was there. I didn't stay for the reception. I couldn't. I made it to my car before the tears started. I sat in that parking lot for 20 minutes just crying, probably looking pathetic to anyone walking by. Then I drove home. The next few days were a blur. Daniel tried calling me 2 days after the wedding. I let it go to voicemail. He tried again a week later. Same thing.
He sent texts that I deleted without reading. If he wanted a life where I didn't exist, then fine. I'd give him exactly that. But here's the thing. I didn't just disappear quietly. About 3 months after the wedding, I contacted my old friend Patricia, who works in alumni relations at the state university where Daniel got his degree. I told her I wanted to set up a scholarship fund, a real one, with actual money behind it. I'd been saving for years, originally planning to help Daniel and Marissa with a down payment on a house. That plan was dead now anyway. The fund was set up under my maiden name, Catherine Morrison. It was specifically for single mothers raising sons while working multiple jobs and trying to get their degrees. The application required an essay about sacrifice and resilience. Patricia helped me arrange for it to be announced at the university's annual alumni gala in November. I had no idea Daniel would be there. That part was pure luck. Or maybe fate, depending on how you look at it. Turns out Marissa's company sponsored a table that year, so they attended. Patricia texted me during the event, telling me they were there and that I should see their faces. The university president gave a whole speech about the new Morrison Scholarship Fund for single mothers. He talked about how it was established by an alumna mother who worked herself to the bone putting her son through school after being abandoned. He said my full name, Catherine Morrison Alvarez, and mentioned that I'd specifically requested the scholarship be promoted in honor of all the mothers who were left behind, but never gave up on their children. Patricia sent me a video later. Someone had filmed Daniel's reaction when my name was announced. He went completely pale. Then he stood up and walked out of the ballroom like he'd been punched in the stomach. He called me that night at 11:47. I watched my phone ring and did nothing. He called again at midnight, then 12:30. His text said he needed to talk, that he was sorry, that he didn't realize. I turned my phone off and went to bed. It's been 4 months since the gala. Daniel has called at least 30 times. I've answered exactly 0 of those calls. He started sending letters to my house about 6 weeks ago, actual handwritten letters, which surprised me because I didn't even know he remembered how to write in cursive. The first one was 3 pages long, mostly him apologizing and saying he didn't know what he was thinking. The second one talked about how he's been going to therapy now. The third one, which came last week, said he's trying to understand how he could have been so blind and ungrateful. He wrote that Marissa's parents' opinions shouldn't have mattered more than I did, that he wants to make things right. I've read every letter. I just haven't responded to any of them. The scholarship fund is actually doing well, better than I expected, honestly. This semester it's helping 3 women, single mothers, all of them working multiple jobs while trying to finish their degrees. They sent me thank you letters that I keep on my kitchen table. One of them told me I'm an inspiration. Another one said the fund literally changed her life because she was about to drop out. They don't know the real story behind why I started it. They don't need to. Sometimes late at night I think about calling Daniel back. He's still my son after all. 28 years doesn't just disappear because of one wedding, right? But then I remember sitting in that back row, watching Richard stand up like he'd earned that moment. Like those 4 years he spent being a father somehow counted more than my 24 years of actually raising Daniel alone. I remember my son smiling at him, never once looking for me. Part of me wonders if I'm being too harsh, if maybe I should just forgive him and move forward like nothing happened. That's what mothers are supposed to do, isn't it? Forgive everything, accept everything, always be there no matter what. But another part of me thinks some lessons need to hurt, need to stick, need to last. I saw Marissa's mother at the grocery store 2 weeks ago. She recognized me and her face went red. She actually turned her cart around and went down a different aisle. I didn't chase her or say anything. What would be the point? She got what she wanted. A perfect wedding with the right people at the right tables. I'm sure the photos turned out lovely. Daniel's Aunt Linda called me last month. She said Daniel's been struggling, that he's barely eating, that this whole thing has really affected him. She asked if I'd consider at least talking to him. I told her I'd think about it. I haven't called her back either. The thing is, I'm not angry anymore. I was at first. I was furious for weeks after that wedding. But now I just feel tired. And maybe a little relieved if I'm being honest. For the first time in almost 30 years, I'm living for myself. I'm not planning my schedule around someone else's needs. I'm not sacrificing or struggling or working myself to death for someone who might just forget about it all when it's convenient. The scholarship applications for next semester are coming in. Patricia said we have over 40 applicants so far. We're going to need to expand the fund if this keeps up. I've been thinking about taking on some consulting work to bring in extra money for it. Not because I have to, because I want to. Last night, Daniel sent a text that just said, "Please, Mom." Just that. 2 words. I stared at it for 10 minutes before putting my phone face down on the counter. I don't know if I'll ever respond. Maybe I will someday. Maybe I won't. The truth is, I don't owe him an answer. I don't owe him forgiveness just because he finally figured out what he lost. Some people go their whole lives without learning that actions have consequences, that you can't just erase people and expect them to come running back when it's convenient. Sometimes, silence and success are louder than anger. I didn't ruin his life or blow up his marriage or cause some big dramatic scene. I just reminded him who built his life in the first place, who sacrificed everything so he could have something. And now he has to live with that. We both do. I still don't know what happens next. Maybe that's okay.
It took my mother's funeral for my siblings to finally see what I'd been protecting them from. I'm 45, the oldest of 3 kids. My brother David is 42, and my sister Rebecca is 39. Our father left when I was 12, and from that moment on, I became the parent. Mom fell apart completely. Someone had to make sure there was food in the house, that the bills got paid, that my siblings actually went to school. That someone was me. We grew up in a small town where everyone knew everyone's business. I became known as the responsible one pretty fast. Got my first job at 14, working at the grocery store after school. Used that money to keep the lights on while Mom drank her feelings away in her bedroom. Got David through 2 expulsions by begging the principal to give him another chance. When Rebecca got pregnant at 16, I paid for everything and told everyone she was doing a semester abroad. I've been cleaning up their messes for over 3 decades. Even after they moved away for college and careers, I stayed close to home. Someone had to take care of Mom. Someone had to manage everything. They'd visit on holidays, play the good kids for a few days, then disappear back to their lives while I handled the reality. 6 months ago, Mom got diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, stage 4. The doctors gave her maybe a year if she was lucky. I took unpaid leave from my job immediately and moved back into my childhood home to take care of her full time. David and Rebecca both called, crying, saying how horrible it was. They promised they'd help with expenses since they had good jobs now, and I was sacrificing my income. That help never really came. I got excuses via text. David was swamped with a big project. Rebecca was having some cash flow issues but would send something soon. Every few weeks, one of them would Venmo me $100 like that made a dent in the medical bills, the mortgage I'd been paying on Mom's house for 3 years, the groceries, the medication. I kept my mouth shut and kept paying for everything. Told myself they were busy. They had their own lives. Mom died on a Tuesday morning in September. I was alone with her. She took her last breath while I held her hand, and then I had to call my siblings and tell them. They both said they'd fly in for the funeral, which I was apparently expected to plan entirely by myself. And I did. I arranged everything, picked the casket, wrote the obituary, chose the flowers, coordinated with the church. David and Rebecca flew in the day before the funeral and stayed at hotels because they found Mom's house too sad, even though I'd been living there for months watching her die. They showed up at the wake looking like devastated children, hugging relatives, accepting condolences. That's when David stood up to give a speech. He got all teary-eyed talking about all the sacrifices we made as a family, and how we took turns caring for Mom, and shared the financial burden together. People were nodding, dabbing their eyes. Rebecca went next, sobbing about how hard we all worked, and doing our part. I sat there listening to them rewrite history in real time. After the speeches, I was in the corner of the funeral home when I overheard them talking to our uncle about Mom's estate. David said something about splitting everything 3 ways, equally. Rebecca agreed, like they'd contributed equally, like they'd earned equal shares. Something inside me just snapped. All those years of silence, of protecting them, of being invisible while they got to be the normal ones, the successful ones. My hands started shaking. The room felt too hot. David's comment about taking turns kept echoing in my head, and I thought about all the other lies I'd covered for them over the years. I went home that night and looked at the eulogy I'd written. It was safe, generic, full of nice things about Mom and vague mentions of family strength. The kind of speech that would keep everyone comfortable, that would let David and Rebecca keep pretending they'd been devoted children. I couldn't do it anymore. I physically could not stand up there and read those words while they sat in the front pew, playing their parts. I stayed up all night thinking about every secret I'd kept, every time I'd protected their reputations, every sacrifice I'd made, while they got to live their lives unburdened. By morning, I knew exactly what I was going to say. The morning of the funeral, I barely spoke to David and Rebecca. They assumed I was just grieving. Let them think that. The church was packed. Our whole town showed up, plus relatives from out of state, people who'd been watching our family drama play out for years. David and Rebecca sat in the front pew, looking like perfect, devoted children. Rebecca had even worn the pearls Mom gave her for her college graduation, the one I'd paid half the tuition for. When they called me up to give the eulogy, I walked to the podium with my printed speech in hand. I looked out at everyone, then down at my siblings in the front row. David gave me an encouraging nod, like we were in this together. I put the paper down and didn't look at it again. I started normal enough, talked about how Mom was a complicated woman, how she'd had a hard life. People were settling in for a standard eulogy. Then I changed direction. I said I wanted to talk about sacrifice, real sacrifice. I told them that for the past 6 months, I'd spent $47,000 of my own savings on Mom's care. I watched David's face start to change. Then I said that David and Rebecca had contributed $850 total. The room went dead silent. I kept going. Told them about how when Dad left and I was 12 years old, I became the parent. How I got a job at 14 so we could eat. How David got expelled twice and I convinced the principal to take him back both times. How Rebecca got pregnant at 16, and I paid for everything and told everyone she was studying abroad for a semester. Rebecca's face went white. Some of the older relatives looked shocked, like they'd suspected but never knew for sure. Then I got to the adult stuff. Told everyone about David's DUI 5 years ago, how I paid his bail and told Mom he was on a business trip. About Rebecca getting evicted from her apartment, how I paid 3 months of back rent and told Mom she was just redecorating. I listed it all out like I was reading from a ledger, because honestly, that's what my life had been. A running tab of everything I'd covered up. I mentioned how, while Mom was dying, they sent me texts about being too swamped at work to visit, while posting vacation photos on Facebook. How they'd promised to help financially, and then disappeared,
Then I brought up the estate. Asked the room if they thought it was fair that David and Rebecca wanted to split everything equally. The house I'd been paying the mortgage on for 3 years. The savings account I'd been the only one contributing to. David stood up first. His face was completely red, and he looked like he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Rebecca started crying, real tears this time, but they were angry tears, humiliated tears. They both walked out, just stood up in the middle of my speech and left Mom's funeral. Some people gasped. A few relatives looked at me like I'd just committed murder, but others were nodding. Our Uncle Jim in the back had this expression like everything finally made sense. I finished the speech, talked about Mom, about how she deserved better than what life gave her, about how I hoped she was finally at peace. Then I sat down. The rest of the service was a blur. Some people wouldn't look at me. Others squeezed my hand as they walked past. The divide was clear and immediate. At the cemetery, David and Rebecca didn't show up for the burial. It was just me and a handful of relatives and Mom's close friends. Uncle Jim came up to me afterward and said, "It's about damn time someone said it." My Aunt Carol pulled me aside and asked how I could do that at my mother's funeral, like the timing was the problem and not the 33 years of lies. I was exhausted, completely drained, but I also felt lighter than I had in decades, like I'd been carrying this massive weight and finally just set it down. Consequences be damned. After everyone left, I stood at Mom's grave by myself. The sun was setting, and the cemetery was quiet. I thought about all those years of keeping quiet, of being the responsible one, of protecting everyone else while nobody protected me. For the first time in 33 years, I didn't feel guilty. I didn't feel like I'd done something wrong. I just felt free. Neither David nor Rebecca answered my calls or texts after the funeral. Complete radio silence. The family split pretty much down the middle. Some relatives thought I'd humiliated my siblings at the worst possible time. Others quietly reached out with their own stories about covering for David and Rebecca over the years, like they'd been waiting for permission to finally say something. Rebecca started posting cryptic stuff on Facebook about toxic family members and narcissistic siblings. Didn't name me directly, but everyone knew. David went the legal route. 2 weeks after the funeral, I got a letter from his attorney demanding his third of the estate. Here's the thing about Mom's estate, though. There wasn't much. The house, which had my name on the deed for the past 3 years since I'd been paying the mortgage, $12,000 in savings, some jewelry and personal items. That was it. My lawyer confirmed what I already knew. Since I was co-owner of the house and had documentation of paying the mortgage, David and Rebecca had no legal claim to it. The savings could be split, technically, but I'd contributed most of it over the years. I offered them each $4,000 from the savings account, their equal third of what Mom actually left. David's lawyer sent back a counter-demand for the house value to be split 3 ways. I sent one final message to both of them saying this was what Mom left. Take it or leave it. And I was done negotiating. They refused the money. Wanted more. I put their shares in a separate account and left it there. Haven't touched it. The weirdest part was what came after. Mom's friends started reaching out. Women she'd known for years. They told me Mom had confided in them about feeling guilty that I'd given up my life for the family, that she knew what I'd sacrificed. One of them said Mom cried about it sometimes, felt like she'd failed me by letting it happen. Then I found a letter in Mom's things while cleaning out her bedroom. It was dated about a year ago, hidden in her nightstand. She wrote that she knew what I'd done for the family. She knew what I'd sacrificed. She said she was sorry she never made David and Rebecca see it, that she'd been too weak to force the truth. I'm not going to lie, that letter messed me up for a while. Part of me was angry that she knew and never defended me. never stood up and told them to step up. But part of me felt validated, like I wasn't crazy for feeling like I'd been carrying everything alone. It's been 3 months now, still no contact with my siblings. I decided not to sell the house. I'm making it actually mine, repainting rooms, getting rid of old furniture, turning it into something that doesn't feel like a museum of my childhood trauma. Started with the kitchen last week. The strangest thing is how I sleep now. Better than I have in years. I thought I'd feel guilty forever. I thought I'd ruined everything, destroyed the family, dishonored Mom's memory. But I don't. I sleep through the night. Some relatives are distant now, probably always will be. But the ones who matter get it. Uncle Jim calls every few weeks to check in. A couple of Mom's friends have become my friends. I went back to work and actually got promoted last month. Turns out learning to set boundaries in your personal life helps you set them professionally too. People ask me if I regret doing it at the funeral. Honestly, it was the only time they couldn't walk away. The only time they had to actually hear me. Any other moment, they would have left, blocked my number, made me the villain in private. At least this way, everyone heard the truth. I'm not the family caretaker anymore. I'm not the fixer, the one who sacrifices everything to keep everyone else comfortable. I'm just me. I'm sitting in Mom's house right now, my house. David and Rebecca wanted to sell it, split the money 3 ways, but it's mine, legally and morally. Every mortgage payment I made, every repair I funded, every month I kept it standing while they were off living their lives. It's mine. Maybe one day they'll reach out. Maybe they'll apologize. Maybe I'll apologize for the timing, though not for the truth. But right now, for the first time in decades, I'm at peace. And I think, despite everything, Mom would understand that. Just before my daughter's wedding, I told her the truth about who her real father is. I, 56, have been married to my husband David, 58, for 32 years. Our daughter Sarah, 28, got married 3 months ago, and I made the worst decision of my life an hour before she walked down the aisle. I'm sitting here now trying to figure out if I did the right thing, but I need to explain how I got to that point, because 12 hours before I told her, everything was still perfect. The rehearsal dinner was beautiful. Sarah was glowing. David kept tearing up every time he looked at her, and I was holding it together pretty well, considering I'd been carrying this secret for almost 3 decades. We got back to the hotel around 10 p.m. Everyone said their goodnights. David fell asleep within minutes like he always does, and I just lay there staring at the ceiling. Around midnight, I checked my phone and saw a message from a number I hadn't seen in years. My stomach dropped before I even opened it. It was from Marcus. The message said he wanted to congratulate Sarah on her big day, that he'd be in town, and thought he'd stop by the venue to see how beautiful she'd grown. He lived only 45 minutes away from the wedding venue. He knew where it was. I didn't sleep after that. I just kept staring at those words, my heart racing, playing out every possible scenario in my head. Marcus had never contacted me in 29 years, not once. And now, the night before Sarah's wedding, he decides to resurface. I need to give you the background. 29 years ago, David and I hit a really rough patch. He was working 80-hour weeks at his firm. We barely spoke, and I felt completely invisible in my own marriage. I met Marcus at a work conference. He was attentive and kind, and made me feel seen again. It was a 3-month affair. I ended it when I realized I was pregnant. The math worked out where it could have been either of them. I made the choice to believe it was David's baby. I convinced myself completely. David never knew about the affair. He was over the moon when I told him I was pregnant. He never suspected anything, never questioned it. He was there for every ultrasound, every milestone, every moment. For years I kept it buried. Sarah was David's daughter in every way that mattered. But around the time she turned 12, she started looking more and more like Marcus. Same nose, same smile, same way of gesturing with her hands when she talked. The older she got, the more undeniable it became. The guilt got worse with every passing year, especially watching David be such an amazing father. He coached her soccer team, taught her to drive, stayed up with her through every heartbreak. I almost told David several times over the years, but I couldn't bring myself to destroy everything we'd built. And part of me kept thinking that maybe I was wrong, that maybe I was just seeing things that weren't there because of my guilt. That night in the hotel room, I stared at Marcus's message until 3 a.m. He'd never reached out before. Why now? What did he want? The worst-case scenarios kept playing in my head. What if he showed up at the ceremony and introduced himself? What if he caused a scene? What if Sarah saw him and instantly recognized the resemblance? I realized I had 3 options. I could tell David, but I couldn't do that to him the night before his daughter's wedding. I could tell Sarah and let her decide how to handle it. Or I could do nothing and just pray Marcus was bluffing. But I kept thinking about Sarah seeing him for the first time, completely blindsided, putting the pieces together on what should be the happiest day of her life. I barely slept. The next morning I went through all the motions of getting ready. David was so happy and excited, talking about how proud he was of Sarah, how fast time had gone. Every word he said felt like a knife. We got to the venue early. Sarah was already in the bridal suite with her bridesmaids, and she looked absolutely perfect in her dress. I asked if I could have a private moment with her. She smiled and told the bridesmaids to give us a minute. She thought I wanted some sentimental mother-daughter moment before the ceremony. That's when I decided to tell her. 1 hour before she was supposed to walk down the aisle. Sarah was glowing. Her makeup was perfect, her dress fit beautifully, and she had this excited energy that made the whole room feel lighter. When the bridesmaids left, she turned to me with this big smile, probably expecting me to get emotional and tell her how proud I was or something. Instead, I said I needed to tell her something important. Her face changed immediately when she saw my expression. I watched the smile fade and this confused concern replace it. I tried to ease into it, but there's really no good way to drop something like this. I told her I'd made a mistake a long time ago, that during a rough patch in my marriage, I'd had an affair. She just stared at me, and I could see her brain trying to process why I was telling her this right now. Then I told her that when I got pregnant with her, I wasn't completely sure who the father was. The silence that followed felt endless. I watched her face go through these stages. Confusion first, then disbelief, then this look of horror as she realized what I was actually saying. She asked if I was telling her that Dad wasn't her father. Her voice was shaking. I tried to explain that I truly didn't know at first, that I'd chosen to believe it was David's baby, and convinced myself of it for years. But as she got older, the resemblance to Marcus became harder and harder to ignore. She kept staring at me like I was a stranger. Then she asked if Dad knew. I told her no. That was when she really started to break. She wanted to know why I was telling her this now, why today of all days. I pulled out my phone and showed her Marcus's message, told her he might show up at the ceremony, and I couldn't let her be blindsided. She just stood there in her wedding dress, reading the message over and over. Then the questions started coming fast. Had I been in contact with him over the years? Did he know he might be her father? Why hadn't I done a paternity test? How could I lie to Dad for 30 years? I tried to answer everything, but nothing I said made it better. Sarah started pacing, and I was terrified she was going to trip over her dress. She told me she couldn't believe I was doing this to her right now. I tried to explain that I had no choice.
that I had to protect her from being ambushed. She actually laughed at that, said I wasn't protecting her. I was destroying everything an hour before her wedding. She broke down crying. Her makeup started running, and all I could think was that the makeup artist was going to have to redo everything, and we were running out of time. But Sarah was asking me if every moment with Dad had been based on a lie. I tried to tell her that David's love was real, that he is her father in every way that matters. She said except the one way that actually does matter. The bridesmaids started knocking on the door, asking if everything was okay. Sarah looked panicked. She had to decide right then whether to go through with the wedding or delay everything. She asked if she could tell Ben, her fiancé. I told her that was her choice. She asked if I'd told anyone else. I said no, just her. We had maybe 20 minutes until the ceremony was supposed to start. The guests were already seated. I could hear the musicians warming up outside. Sarah needed to get her makeup fixed. Everything was happening so fast, and she was just standing there, trying to process 29 years of lies in 20 minutes. She asked me if Marcus was really going to show up. I told her I didn't know, that I hadn't responded to his message. Then she did something I wasn't expecting. She made me show her a picture of him. I had one from years ago that I'd never been able to delete, buried in an old email account. I pulled it up on my phone and handed it to her. I watched her face as she looked at it. She zoomed in, studying his features. Then she looked up at me and said it. Oh my God, I look just like him. Her voice was so quiet. She sat down heavily on the couch in the bridal suite, still holding my phone, just staring at the picture. I stood there, waiting for her to say something, anything, but she just sat in complete silence while the clock kept ticking down. After what felt like forever, Sarah finally stood up. She handed me back my phone and told me she needed time to process this, but she wasn't going to ruin Ben's day. She called the makeup artist back in and just sat there like a statue while her face got fixed. She wouldn't look at me, wouldn't speak to me. When the bridesmaids came back in, she told them she'd had a moment of cold feet but was fine now. They all fussed over her, and I was asked to leave the bridal suite. I walked to my seat next to David in a complete daze. He took one look at me and asked why my eyes were red. I lied and said I'd been crying happy tears with Sarah. He bought it, or at least pretended to. I sat through that entire ceremony scanning the crowd for Marcus. Every time someone walked in late, my heart stopped. But he never showed up. Sarah walked down the aisle with David, and I couldn't read her face at all. I kept trying to catch her eye during the ceremony, but she looked everywhere except at me. I don't even remember most of what was said. I just kept thinking about how I'd destroyed everything an hour before it all started. The reception was worse. Sarah barely acknowledged me during photos. David noticed the tension pretty quickly and pulled me aside to ask what had happened. I lied again, told him it was just emotional mother-daughter stuff, that we'd had a moment and things got intense. He seemed confused but didn't push it. The father-daughter dance killed me. I watched Sarah dance with David, and I couldn't tell if she was holding back tears or just trying to get through it. She was looking at him differently. I could see it. Like she was studying him instead of just being in the moment with him. They cut the reception short. Sarah told everyone she was exhausted and wanted to get to the hotel before it got too late. She and Ben left maybe 2 hours into the reception. The next few days were torture. Sarah and Ben left for their honeymoon in the Caribbean. She didn't call or text me once. David kept asking what was wrong between us, why Sarah seemed off at the wedding. I kept making excuses. I was checking my phone constantly for any message from Sarah or from Marcus. Marcus never sent another word. Nothing. It was like he'd just wanted to rattle me and then disappeared again. 2 weeks later, Sarah came back from her honeymoon.
She finally agreed to meet me for coffee, but she made it clear David couldn't be there. We sat in this little cafe, and she told me she'd spent the entire honeymoon thinking about everything. She'd done some research on her phone, looked up information about paternity tests and family secrets. But then she told me she didn't want to do a test. She said if she found out for sure, she'd have to tell Dad, and she couldn't do that to him. She'd decided that not knowing was better than knowing and having to blow up his entire world. But she also told me that things were different now. She couldn't unsee the resemblance to Marcus. Every time she looked at David, she was going to wonder. And she was angry at me for putting that burden on her. It's been 3 months since the wedding. Sarah keeps me at arm's length now. She still sees David regularly, has dinner with him and me maybe once every few weeks. But I can tell something's changed between them. She's more distant with him, more careful. David keeps asking me what he did wrong, why Sarah seems different with him lately. The guilt is so much worse now because I haven't just destroyed my relationship with her. I've destroyed hers with David too, and he doesn't even know why. I still haven't heard from Marcus again. That one message the night before the wedding and then nothing. I don't know what he wanted or why he reached out after all these years. Maybe he was just messing with me. Maybe he actually did plan to come and then changed his mind. I'll probably never know. I keep going over it in my head. Should I have kept my mouth shut and risked him showing up? Should I have told her years ago when she was old enough to handle it? Should I have just let her live her whole life never knowing? I thought I was protecting her by telling her before the wedding, but now I'm not sure who I was really protecting, her or myself. Nobody noticed when I stopped calling, until they needed my money. I'm a 67-year-old grandmother, and for the past 8 years since my husband died, I've been the one holding my family together. My 3 kids, Anna, 43, Marcus, 40, and Beth, 36. They all had their own lives, their own problems, and I was always there to fix them. Need a babysitter? Call Mom. Forgot to pay the electric bill and the lights are about to shut off. Mom will cover it. Need someone to host the holidays because your apartment is too small. Mom's house is always available. I told myself this was what family was supposed to be, that being needed meant being loved. But somewhere along the way, I stopped being a person to them and became a service, a function, an ATM that occasionally made pot roast. The realization hit me slowly, then all at once. Anna would call every Tuesday like clockwork, but it was always to ask if I could watch her kids that weekend. Marcus would text me photos of his family doing things together, but he never asked how I was doing. Beth would stop by, spend the whole visit on her phone, eat whatever I'd cooked, and leave. The only time all 3 of them showed up together was when they needed something from me. So I decided to test it. I stopped calling them first. Stopped being the one to reach out, to check in, to maintain our relationship. I wanted to see if they'd notice. 2 weeks went by, then 3, then an entire month of silence. Not one of them reached out just to talk to me. Then Anna showed up at my door on a Saturday morning with coffee and that specific smile she uses when she wants something big. I knew that look. I'd seen it 100 times before, but I let her in anyway because she was my daughter, and I was still holding on to hope that maybe this time would be different. She sat me down at my kitchen table and started talking about an investment opportunity. Said I was sitting on assets I wasn't using, that my late husband's car was just collecting dust in the garage. She wasn't wrong about that. The 1967 Mustang he'd spent years restoring hadn't been driven since he passed. It was one of the last pieces of him I had left. Anna told me she had a friend who could get us an incredible return. We'd sell the car, she'd invest the money, and in 6 months, I'd have double or triple what we started with. She painted this picture of me finally taking that trip to Italy I'd always talked about, finally doing something for myself. I should have known better. I should have seen right through it. But she was looking at me like she actually cared, like she was thinking about my happiness. And I was so starved for that kind of attention from my own kids that I convinced myself it was real. I signed the papers. She sold my husband's car for $45,000. She promised to keep me updated every step of the way. A month later, I asked about the investment. I'd driven 40 minutes to her house to babysit her kids again, and while I was making them lunch, I casually brought up the money. The way her face changed, I'll never forget it. Just for a second, but I saw everything I needed to see. She told me it didn't work out, that the market shifted. These things happen. I asked her where the money went, and that's when she said it. The sentence that changed everything. She told me to stop worrying about things I didn't understand, that this was why she handled finances in her family and her father had handled them in ours. I stood there in her kitchen, making sandwiches for her children, and realized that to her, I was just a confused old woman. Never mind that I'd worked 2 jobs to put her through college. Never mind that I'd managed our household finances for 40 years while her father's business went through ups and downs. Never mind that I'd built the life she was now living off of. I was nothing but a wallet that could cook. I drove home that night and sat in my empty house, the house I'd paid off with my own money, my own work, and something in me shifted. If they wanted to treat me like I was too old and stupid to understand money, then I'd show them exactly how well I understood it, especially when it came to revenge. The plan started simple. I began acting sicker than I was. A cough here and there, some confusion about dates, forgetting names during phone calls. I'd let my sentences trail off like I'd lost my train of thought. At first, nobody noticed because they weren't paying attention anyway. But I made sure to do it during the rare moments when they actually were listening. Beth called one day, and I called her Anna 3 times in the same conversation. She asked if I was okay, and I told her I was just tired, that the doctor said it was normal for my age. I hadn't been to a doctor in months. I was healthy as a horse. But she didn't know that, and she didn't ask any follow-up questions. I did the same thing with all of them. Forgot Marcus's kids' names. Left the stove on when Anna visited. Asked Beth the same question twice in 10 minutes. The beauty of people who don't really see you is that they believe what they want to believe. And what they wanted to believe was that I was declining, becoming the confused elderly mother they'd eventually have to take care of. While I was playing my part, I was making other calls. To my lawyer, to financial advisors, to a charity I'd spent weeks researching, one that helped widows and single mothers get back on their feet. Women like I used to be before I worked myself to the bone for my kids. I changed my will. Everything. My house, my savings, my husband's life insurance that I'd never touched, my mother's jewelry. All of it went to the charity. My kids got nothing except letters. Letters my lawyer would deliver after I died, detailing every betrayal, every lie, every moment they made me feel invisible. But I kept this to myself. I wanted to see what would happen. Then I let it slip. We were at Marcus's house for dinner, and I'd made my lasagna because even in my supposed decline, I was still useful for cooking. I mentioned casually that I'd updated my will the week before, that it had taken forever with all the assets to sort through. The room went completely silent. I could feel all 3 of them looking at each other. Marcus said something about how it was good to have things in order. I agreed and kept talking, mentioning how my lawyer had been surprised by how much there was. The house was worth over $800,000 now, plus the life insurance, plus the savings. I trailed off like I'd forgotten what I was saying, but the damage was done. The change was immediate and honestly, kind of pathetic.
Suddenly, I had 3 devoted children again. Anna started visiting every weekend with expensive gifts: a cashmere blanket, a fancy coffee maker, things I didn't need but that probably cost more than the bills she used to forget to pay. Marcus called every other day to check in, actually staying on the phone for more than 5 minutes. Beth took me to lunch at restaurants I'd never been able to afford back when I was funding everyone's emergencies. They worried about my confusion. They suggested I move in with one of them so they could take care of me. They toasted to my health at every opportunity. I smiled and played along because that's exactly what they were doing. Playing. Performing their love like actors who'd finally found their motivation. Money. My money. My birthday rolled around and they threw me a party at Anna's house. Invited the neighbors, made this huge show of how much they loved their mother. The cake said, "To the best mom, our legacy," and I almost laughed out loud at the irony. Marcus stood up to make a toast. He raised his glass and went on about family and legacy, about everything I'd given them and taught them, about how they'd carry it all forward. Everyone clinked glasses and smiled at me with these practiced expressions of devotion. I smiled back, sweet as could be, knowing that soon enough they'd find out the truth. My legacy wasn't going to them. It was going to women who would actually use it to build real lives, not to fund failed investments or cover forgotten bills. They thought I didn't understand money. Turns out I understood it perfectly, especially how powerful it could be when used for the right kind of revenge. I just had to wait for them to discover exactly how well I'd learned that lesson. I didn't actually die, obviously. That was just the fantasy I entertained during those long evenings watching them perform their fake concern. But something happened that I didn't plan for. About 6 months into my act, Beth showed up at my house without calling first. That wasn't unusual anymore. They were always popping by to check on me. But this time she was crying. Real crying, not the performed emotion I'd gotten so good at spotting. She sat at my kitchen table and told me her husband was leaving her, that she was broke, that she'd lost her job 4 months ago and had been too proud to tell anyone, including me. She'd been pretending everything was fine while her entire life fell apart. She said she knew she hadn't been a good daughter, that she only came around when she needed something. But she didn't know who else to turn to anymore. I sat across from her, this daughter I'd been ready to cut off completely, and I saw something I recognized. Desperation. Pride. The same things I'd felt when her father died, and I had to figure out how to survive on my own. I made her tea, let her cry, and then I did something I hadn't planned on. I told her everything. The fake decline, the changed will, the revenge I'd been plotting for months. She stared at me for a long time. Then she actually laughed, said she deserved it, that they all deserved worse than that. We talked for hours that night. Really talked, maybe for the first time in years. She told me about feeling like she could never measure up, about competing with Anna for my approval, about convincing herself that I preferred babysitting her kids to spending actual time with her. I told her about feeling invisible, about the car and Anna's dismissal, about realizing I'd spent so long being useful that my children had forgotten I was a person. The next morning, Beth called Anna and Marcus, told them everything, including what I'd done with the will. Anna showed up first, absolutely furious. But not about the money, about the deception. She said I'd let them think I was losing my mind, and did I know how that felt? I asked her if she knew how it felt to be dismissed and used for years, to have my dead husband's car sold for a scam and be told I was too stupid to understand. The fight was brutal. Things got said that couldn't be taken back. Marcus tried to play peacemaker and failed miserably. Beth just sat there, occasionally dropping uncomfortable truths that made everyone angrier. But here's what I realized during that fight.
We were actually seeing each other. Maybe for the first time in years, my children were seeing me as a real person. Not as a wallet or a babysitter or a convenience, but as someone who could be hurt and angry and fight back. That was 8 months ago now. I still haven't changed the will back. The charity is still getting everything. But my kids know about it now. And weirdly, that's changed things between us. Anna's in therapy, working through her issues with using people. Marcus calls just to talk now, not to ask for anything. Beth and I have coffee every Thursday, and we're honest with each other. Painfully, awkwardly honest, but honest. They're not perfect. I'm not perfect either. But at least it's real now. Sometimes I think about changing the will, leaving them something. Other times I remember that letter I wrote to Anna, still sitting in my lawyer's office.
And I remember exactly why I did this. My lawyer asks me every few months if I want to make updates. I keep telling him I'll think about it. The truth is, I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe they've changed enough. Maybe I have too. Or maybe the best thing I can leave them is a lesson about what real love actually means. The will stays as it is for now. The charity gets everything, and my kids know it. They still visit, still call, still show up for birthdays and holidays. But I can't tell if it's genuine, or if they're still holding out hope that I'll change my mind. I guess I'll figure it out eventually. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll die with things exactly as they are, and they'll get those letters and finally understand what they put me through. Either way, they can't say I didn't teach them something about money in the end. On my wedding anniversary dinner, I told my husband I knew about the secret child he's been hiding. I'm 38, and I've been married to my husband Mark for 10 years. We met in our late 20s through mutual friends at some forgettable house party, and honestly, I thought we'd built something real. Something honest. We had the kind of marriage people envied. No screaming matches, no dramatic blowouts. Just two people moving through life on the same page. We both had demanding careers, me in marketing and him in pharmaceutical sales, and we'd made peace with being childless. It was a mutual decision, or at least that's what I believed. Everyone always commented on how solid we seemed, how lucky we were to have found each other. My best friend Sarah used to joke that we were the only couple she knew who actually liked spending time together, and I believed it too. I really did. There were no red flags, no gut feelings, no suspicious behavior that I picked up on. Until 3 months ago. It started small. Mark became weirdly protective of his phone, angling it away from me when notifications came through. Then I noticed charges on our credit card from a florist in Cleveland. We live in Boston. When I asked about it, he said they were client gifts. His company had some hospital contract out there. The explanation made sense, except the charges kept coming. 300 here, 500 there, every month like clockwork. Then one night, I was sitting next to him on the couch and a calendar reminder flashed across his laptop screen. Emma's recital, 3 p.m. I asked him about it casually, like it was nothing. He stumbled over his words, said it was a colleague's daughter, something he'd been invited to because they were trying to butter up this doctor for a contract. It was such a specific lie that I almost believed it, but I couldn't let it go. I started checking our bank statements more carefully, which is something I never did because I trusted him with everything. That's when I found the Venmo transfers. $2,000 a month to someone named Rachel K., going back 5 years. 5 years of sending this woman money, and I'd never noticed because I didn't think I needed to look. I also discovered a storage unit I didn't know existed. He'd been paying for it out of a separate account I'd never seen. At that point, I couldn't sleep. I'd lie awake next to him watching his chest rise and fall, wondering who the hell I'd married. After 2 weeks of making myself sick with theories, I hired a private investigator. His name was Tom Chen, and he had good reviews online. I met him at a Starbucks and handed over everything: the Venmo receipts, the Cleveland charges, Mark's travel schedule with all those business trips. Tom said he'd have something for me in 2 weeks. Those 2 weeks were the longest of my life. I went through the motions at home, kissing Mark goodbye in the mornings, asking about his day over dinner, pretending I didn't want to scream every time he touched me. I was living with a stranger, and he had no idea I knew. When Tom finally called, we met at the same Starbucks. He slid a manila envelope across the table, and I just stared at it for a minute before opening it. Inside were photos: Mark pushing a little girl on a swing set, Mark kissing a woman on her doorstep, Mark at what looked like a birthday party with the same woman and child, wearing a hat that said, "World's Best Dad." The little girl had his dimples, his curly hair. She was maybe 5 years old. Tom had done his homework. The woman was Rachel, 32, a nurse. They'd met 6 years ago when Mark's company contracted with her hospital in Cleveland. He'd gotten DNA evidence too, somehow obtained hair from Mark's brush at home and compared it to a discarded juice box from the kid. 99.9% probability of paternity. Mark had a daughter. He'd had a daughter for 5 years, and I'd known nothing.
I drove home that day and cooked dinner like normal. Mark came home and complained about traffic. We ate pasta and watched TV and went to bed, and the whole time I felt like I was watching my life from outside my body. I kept the envelope in my car, hidden under the passenger seat. For 3 months I carried this knowledge alone. I looked at divorce lawyers online at 2 a.m. I imagined confronting him 100 different ways, screaming at him in our kitchen, telling his parents at Sunday dinner, packing his bags and leaving them on the lawn. But then I remembered our anniversary was coming up. 10 years. We had reservations at Marcello's like we did every year, and I thought, why not there? Why not ruin the one night he'd never see coming? The morning of our anniversary, Mark brought me coffee in bed. He was smiling, genuinely happy, like this was just another milestone we were celebrating together. He reminded me about our 7 o'clock reservation at Marcello's and kissed my forehead before heading to the shower. I sat there holding that coffee mug, listening to him hum in the bathroom, and felt absolutely nothing. I got dressed in the emerald green dress he'd always loved, did my makeup, curled my hair. The whole time I was on autopilot, just going through motions I'd done 1,000 times before. Before leaving, I grabbed the manila envelope from under my car seat and tucked it into my purse. My hands were steady. I thought they'd shake, but they didn't. We got to Marcello's right at 7. Same table we always requested, tucked in the corner with the good lighting. The waiter knew us by name, brought out the wine Mark had pre-ordered, my favorite Pinot Noir. We made small talk about work, about the weather, about this trip to Italy we were supposedly planning for next spring. Mark seemed relaxed, happy even. He asked about my mom's hip surgery, remembered to follow up on a project I'd mentioned last week. It felt surreal. I was sitting across from someone I'd shared a bed with for 10 years, and I didn't know him at all. The waiter brought out champagne Mark had apparently ordered ahead of time. Some expensive bottle he made a big deal about, saying nothing was too good for our special night. He raised his glass and looked at me with those eyes I used to trust completely. He said, "To 10 incredible years, and to forever with the woman I love." That word, forever. Something about it just snapped inside me. I didn't pick up my glass. I just set it down very carefully and reached into my purse. I said, "Before we toast, there's something you should see." I slid the envelope across the white tablecloth. His smile faltered, confused, but he opened it. I watched his face as he looked at the first photo, him pushing Emma on a swing. Then the second one, him kissing Rachel at her doorstep. Then the birthday party photo where he's wearing that stupid, world's best dad hat. All the color drained from his face. The champagne glass was frozen halfway to his lips, and I could see his hand starting to shake. He stammered something like, "I can explain," and I almost laughed. I stayed completely calm, which surprised even me. I said, 5 years, Mark. You've had a daughter for 5 years. He tried to reach across the table for my hand, and I pulled back. People at nearby tables were starting to glance over. His voice cracked when he said it was a mistake, that it happened once, that he didn't know she was pregnant until later. All the predictable lines. I cut him off. I told him I had the Venmo records, that $2,000 a month for 5 years wasn't a mistake. It was a choice, a deliberate, calculated choice he'd made over and over again. He cycled through every excuse. It meant nothing. He was going to tell me. He loved me, only me. I asked him about the storage unit then, about why he'd been keeping Emma's artwork and toys and photos of milestones I was never part of. He didn't have an answer for that one. Then I asked if Rachel knew about me. The way his face changed told me everything. She didn't. Or she thought he was divorced. He'd been lying to everyone, building completely separate lives and somehow managing to keep them from touching. I stood up. My legs felt steady, which was weird because my whole world was ending, and somehow my body was just cooperating. I told him the marriage was over, and that my lawyer would contact him Monday. He grabbed my arm, actually grabbed it, begging me to sit back down, to talk about this, to not make a scene. I removed his hand very deliberately and said, "You had 5 years to talk. I'm done." I left him sitting there with those photos scattered across the table, champagne going flat in crystal glasses, our waiter hovering nearby looking mortified. The valet brought my car around and I tipped him with a 20, even though my hands had finally started shaking. I drove home in complete silence. No radio, no podcasts, nothing. Just streetlights blurring past and my own breathing. When I got to our house, my house, I guess, I saw Mark's coffee mug still sitting in the sink from that morning. The one he'd made before bringing me mine in bed, back when he was pretending to be a devoted husband. I started packing his clothes into garbage bags. Worked until 3 in the morning, methodical and focused, emptying his drawers and closet. I didn't cry. The tears hadn't come yet. Just this weird, cold numbness that made everything feel like it was happening to someone else. Mark came home at dawn. I heard his car pull up around 6 in the morning and watched from the upstairs window as he saw the garbage bags piled on the porch. He'd been calling and texting all night. I had 34 missed messages by that point. I didn't read any of them. He banged on the door, not aggressively but desperate, calling my name through the wood. I stood in the hallway listening to him beg to talk, to explain, to fix this. I didn't move. After about 20 minutes, I watched him load those garbage bags into his car, one by one. He kept looking back at the house like I might suddenly appear. I didn't. When his car finally pulled away, I went down to the kitchen, and that's when I finally cried. Just collapsed on the floor and sobbed until I couldn't breathe. A week later, I met with a divorce attorney. Her name was Patricia, and she was exactly the kind of no-nonsense woman I needed. I told her everything. The affair, the child, the financial deception, all of it. She said we had a strong case and started filing papers immediately. It felt good to do something, to take action instead of just sitting with the pain. I told Sarah everything over wine at her place. She's been my best friend since college, and she was the first person I could actually talk to about it. She listened to the whole story without interrupting, and then she asked the question I'd been avoiding. Why did you wait? Why tell him at the restaurant?
I'd been asking myself the same thing. I admitted to her that I wanted him to feel ambushed, betrayed, humiliated. The exact way I felt when Tom handed me those photos in a Starbucks 3 months earlier. I told her I needed him to know how it feels when your entire world ends in a single instant, when the person you trust most reveals themselves to be a stranger. Sarah asked if that made me cruel. I said maybe it did, but I couldn't bring myself to care. Through the divorce process, I learned more than I wanted to. Rachel apparently wants nothing to do with any of this drama. She's focused on Emma and has no interest in talking to me or getting involved in the divorce. I can't decide if that makes it better or worse. There's a child out there, a 5-year-old girl who's my husband's daughter, who has his dimples and his curly hair, and she's just living her life completely unaware that she destroyed mine. Mark's parents called.
His mother actually had the nerve to defend him, saying everyone makes mistakes, and that marriage is about forgiveness. I hung up on her. My own mother asked if there was any chance of reconciliation, if maybe counseling could help. I hung up on her too. The thing I can't stop thinking about is Emma. What has Mark told her about why he's suddenly around less? Does she ask about him? Does she miss him? Part of me wants to meet her, to see this child who's been living in my husband's secret life. Another part of me wants to pretend she doesn't exist at all. I don't know which impulse is worse. I wonder a lot if I'll ever trust anyone again. If I'll be able to have a normal relationship without checking bank statements and phone records and hiring investigators. Mark didn't just betray me. He broke something fundamental in how I see people. Sometimes I regret the restaurant confrontation. In the middle of the night when I can't sleep, I think about how I could have done it privately, saved us both the public humiliation. But then morning comes, and I remember his face when he toasted to forever, and I feel like it was the only form of justice I could get. He got to live a double life for 5 years. I got one moment of watching his world crumble. I still live in our house, my house now, I guess, though the divorce isn't final yet. I kept the investigator's photos in my nightstand drawer. I don't look at them, but I can't throw them away either. They're proof that I'm not crazy, that this all really happened. Mark texts occasionally, always some version of the same message. I'm sorry, I love you. Please, can we talk? I never respond. What would be the point? My friends are split on what I did. Some say I'm a hero for standing up for myself, for not letting him get away with it quietly. Others think I was vindictive, that I chose cruelty over dignity. I've stopped trying to figure out which side is right. I exposed my husband's secret child at our 10th anniversary dinner in the same restaurant where he proposed to me. I watched his face crumble as he realized I knew everything. And honestly, I still don't know if that makes me strong, or if it just makes me cruel. Maybe it's both. The day my best friend married my ex, I handed her a wedding gift that ruined everything. I'm a 30-year-old graphic designer living in a mid-sized city, and until recently, I thought I knew what betrayal felt like. I was wrong. Tyler and I were together for 6 years. 6 years of building a life, planning a future, sharing everything. And Lila, my best friend since college, knew every single detail. Every fight we had, every insecurity I felt, every doubt that crossed my mind. She was there for all of it. When Tyler and I broke up a year and 3 months ago, it was messy. The kind of breakup where you don't just lose a partner, you lose the entire future you'd imagined. But Lila was there. Late-night calls, ice cream sessions, the whole best friend support package. She held me while I cried, told me I deserved better, promised me I'd get through it. I believed her. I thought she was my person, my safe space. 3 months after the breakup, Lila asked to meet for coffee. She had something to tell me, she said.
I showed up thinking maybe she'd met someone new or gotten a promotion. Instead, she told me she was dating Tyler. Dating. My ex. The man I'd just spent 3 months crying over while she handed me tissues and told me he wasn't worth it. Her excuse was pathetic. It just happened, she said, like they'd accidentally tripped and fallen into a relationship. We didn't plan this. We tried to fight it, but... She trailed off, waiting for me to give her permission to be happy. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw my coffee in her face. Instead, I sat there, trying to seem evolved and unbothered, like I was above all this drama. I told her I was happy for them. The lie tasted like acid, but my pride wouldn't let me seem bitter. I went home that day and cried harder than I had during the actual breakup. Not just because Tyler had moved on, because he'd moved on with her. The one person who was supposed to be on my side. A year passed. I threw myself into work, tried dating other people, pretended I'd healed. Then Lila called with news. They were engaged. And here's the part that still makes my blood boil. She asked me to design their wedding invitations. She actually had the audacity to ask me, a graphic designer, to create the invitations for her wedding to my ex-boyfriend. I should have said no. Any sane person would have said no. But I couldn't let her think she'd broken me. I couldn't give her the satisfaction of knowing I was still hurt. So I said yes. I told myself I was healed enough to handle it, that I was being the bigger person. Lila sent over a folder of photos for the invitation design about 2 weeks later. I opened it at my desk on a random Tuesday afternoon, expecting the usual engagement shoot photos. At first, I went through them professionally, noting which ones had good composition, which captured them best. Then I saw it. It was just a casual photo, nothing special. Lila and Tyler at some outdoor festival, his arm around her waist, both of them laughing. But there was a timestamp in the corner. A timestamp that made my stomach drop. The photo was from 4 months before Tyler and I broke up. I sat there staring at my screen, trying to make it make sense. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe the date on the camera was wrong. But then I started looking at the other photos more carefully. There were more. A picture of them at a restaurant I remembered Tyler saying he had a work dinner at. Another one at a park where Lila told me she was having a girls' day. The dates were all there, overlapping with my relationship, proving what I didn't want to believe. They were together while I was still with Tyler. Lila wasn't comforting me after the breakup. She'd caused it. I kept digging through the folder like I was possessed. Then I found the one that made everything click into place. A selfie of Lila in what was clearly my apartment. She was wearing my necklace, the one Tyler gave me for our 5th anniversary. I remembered that night. She came over crying, said she'd had a fight with her boyfriend at the time. I'd held her, made her tea, let her stay over. She'd been wearing that necklace, and I'd thought it was sweet that Tyler had let her borrow it to cheer her up. But now, I could see what I'd missed that night. The slight smudge of her lipstick, the hickey on her neck she'd tried to cover with her hair. She hadn't fought with her boyfriend. She'd been with Tyler, in my apartment, while I comforted her. I closed my laptop and sat in silence for 3 days. The rage built slowly, like water heating to a boil. I wanted to call them, scream at them, post everything online. But I knew them. They'd gaslight me. They'd say I was bitter, jealous, that I was misinterpreting things. No one believes the bitter ex over the happy couple. So I decided to let the truth speak for itself. I was going to give them a wedding gift they'd never forget. I finished their wedding invitations perfectly. Elegant script, beautiful layout, exactly what Lila had asked for. I sent them over with a sweet message about how happy I was to contribute to their special day. She gushed about how talented I was, how much it meant to her that I was being so supportive. I wanted to vomit. But while I was designing their invitations, I was also working on something else. A digital photo album titled Our Story. I spent hours on it, making it look professional, heartfelt, like a genuine gift. The beginning was all their official relationship timeline. Photos from after they claimed they got together, engagement pictures, sweet couple moments. It looked like something a friend would make, something thoughtful. The end, though, that's where the truth lived. I went through everything I had. Old text message screenshots where Lila mentioned being places I now knew she was with Tyler. The photos with the timestamps front and center, impossible to miss. That selfie of her in my apartment wearing my necklace, the date, clearly visible. I even found old credit card receipts Tyler had left at my place that matched up with dates Lila said she was somewhere else. Every piece of evidence carefully arranged to tell the story chronologically, building to the inevitable conclusion. Some nights I'd sit there staring at what I'd created and wonder if I was going too far. Then I'd remember Lila's face when she held me while I cried, knowing she was lying the entire time. I'd remember Tyler looking me in the eyes and ending our relationship while he was already with her. The anger always won. 2 weeks before the wedding, I did something genius. I offered to help with the reception tech setup. They were planning a slideshow to play during dinner, just typical wedding stuff. When I volunteered to manage it, they were thrilled. Lila actually hugged me and said something about how she knew our friendship was going to be okay. I smiled and hugged her back. The wedding day came faster than I expected. I showed up early, helped set up the projector and sound system, loaded everything into the laptop they'd rented for the occasion. My photo album was queued up perfectly, set to play after dinner, right before their first dance. I was calm. Eerily calm. I sat in the back during the ceremony and felt nothing. No sadness, no anger, just a strange sense of inevitability. I made small talk during the reception dinner, laughed at the right moments, blended in with all the other guests. I was just waiting. After dinner, the lights dimmed. The slideshow started playing on the big screen at the front of the room. At first, it was exactly what everyone expected. Sweet photos of Lila and Tyler, romantic moments, smiling faces. Guests were making those aw sounds. Someone's aunt was crying happy tears. It was perfect. Then the timeline shifted. A photo appeared with the timestamp in the corner, clear as day, months before they claimed they got together. I watched the room, saw a few people squint at the screen in confusion. Then another photo, this one of Lila and Tyler at a restaurant. I saw Tyler's face go pale. He knew that date. He'd told me he was at a work dinner. The photos kept coming, each one more damning than the last. The murmuring started, people leaning over to whisper to each other. Lila realized what was happening. She stood up so fast her chair fell over, started rushing toward the laptop. But it was too late. The slideshow froze on the final image. Lila, in my apartment, wearing my necklace. The date stamp showing exactly when it was taken. The same night she came over crying about a fight with her boyfriend. Except now, blown up on a massive screen, everyone could see what I'd seen. The smudged makeup. The hickey on her neck that she'd tried to hide. The guilty look in her eyes that I'd been too trusting to recognize. Tyler's mother gasped. She'd helped Tyler pick out that necklace for our anniversary. The whole room knew it. The whole room knew what they were seeing. Chaos. Absolute chaos. People were shouting. Tyler was trying to explain. Lila was screaming something about it being a misunderstanding. I didn't stick around to watch the rest. I set down my drink, grabbed my purse, and walked out. No dramatic speech,
No final confrontation. The evidence had already said everything I needed to say. I could hear the commotion behind me as I walked to my car, but I didn't look back. I got in, drove home, and blocked both of their numbers. It was done. The next morning, I woke up to 47 missed calls and over 100 text messages. I deleted all of them without reading. Mutual friends started reaching out, some horrified by what I'd done, others saying Lila and Tyler had it coming, most just wanting the full story. I didn't respond to anyone. I didn't owe them explanations. Word spread fast in our circle. Within 3 days, I knew everything without having to ask. They never made it to the honeymoon. The flight to Bali left without them. Lila's parents were apparently demanding she get the marriage annulled. Tyler's family was furious. They'd loved me, had hoped we'd get married someday. Both families felt publicly humiliated, and honestly, they should. They'd sat there and watched their kids build a relationship on lies. A week after the wedding, Tyler called from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. He called again the next day from a different number. Same thing. On the third attempt, I didn't even let it ring. I just sent him the link to the photo album. I wanted him to know it wasn't a mistake, wasn't some technical glitch. It was deliberate, every single second of it. Lila blocked me on everything. Instagram, Facebook, even LinkedIn. Like I was the one who'd betrayed her. The irony wasn't lost on me. I thought I'd feel satisfied, vindicated, like I'd finally gotten justice for what they did to me. Instead, I just felt empty. I sat in my apartment that first week, going through my regular routine, and the revenge I'd fantasized about didn't taste as sweet as I'd imagined. Don't get me wrong, I don't regret it, but the hollowness surprised me. I started questioning myself in the quiet moments. Was public humiliation justified? I never yelled, never made a scene, never even confronted them directly. I just revealed the truth they'd been hiding. But I chose to do it at their wedding, in front of everyone they loved. I chose the nuclear option when I could have just walked away, could have cut them off and moved on with my life. The thing is, I didn't destroy their relationship. They did that themselves the moment they started sneaking around behind my back. But I did choose how it would end, and I chose the most painful way possible. 3 weeks went by. I still hadn't unblocked them, hadn't responded to anyone asking what happened, hadn't explained myself. The photo album was still online, still accessible to anyone with the link. I could take it down. Every day I don't feels like a choice. Sometimes I open my laptop, hover my mouse over the delete button, and then I remember something. Lila's hand rubbing my back while I sobbed. Tyler's voice saying he needed space to figure himself out. Both of them lying to my face while I trusted them completely. I close the laptop and leave the album up. My life has gone back to mostly normal. Work, gym, the occasional date that goes nowhere. People have stopped asking about the wedding disaster. The group chat that used to include both Lila and me has gone silent. I've lost some friends over this, people who think I went too far. I've kept others who understood why I did it. The social circle we all shared has basically split down the middle. Yesterday, something happened that I wasn't prepared for. A letter arrived at my apartment. The return address was Lila's parents' house. It's been sitting on my kitchen counter for 24 hours now, unopened. I've walked past it probably 50 times, and each time I think about opening it, something stops me. I don't know if it's an apology, maybe it's a legal threat, though I'm not sure what they could actually do. Everything in that album was true. Maybe it's Lila trying to explain herself, or Tyler asking for forgiveness, or both of them telling me I'm a monster. Part of me wants to know what's inside. Part of me thinks knowing won't change anything that happened. The envelope just sits there, waiting. And I'm waiting too, though I'm not entirely sure what for. Closure, maybe. Or permission to finally let this go. Or proof that what I did was right. I haven't decided if I'm going to open it. Maybe I will tomorrow. Maybe I never will. For now, it's just there. A physical reminder that this thing isn't really over. I thought the wedding would be the end, but maybe there is no clean ending to something like this. Maybe some betrayals don't get resolved. They just become part of who you are. The letter sits on my counter. The photo album stays online, and I keep living my life, somewhere between vindicated and villainous, never quite sure which one I really am. The moment my daughter called another woman mom, I stopped pretending our marriage could be saved. I'm a 41-year-old stay-at-home mother to Emma, who's 8. My husband David is 43, a sales executive who's built his entire identity around being busy. We live in one of those suburban houses that looks perfect from the outside, the kind with a manicured lawn and a 2-car garage. Inside, it's been feeling like a mausoleum for about 3 years now. I need to explain how this all started, because the cracks didn't appear overnight. David and I met when I was 28, got married at 30, had Emma at 33. For the first few years, things were good. Not perfect, but good. He worked long hours even then, but he'd come home and actually be present. He'd read Emma bedtime stories. He'd ask about my day. Somewhere around Emma's 5th birthday, that version of David started disappearing. It was gradual. First, it was the occasional weekend work event. Then it became regular late nights at the office. Then it was leaving before Emma woke up and coming home after she was asleep. I told myself it was just a busy season. Sales jobs are demanding, right? He was providing for us. That's what I kept telling Emma when she'd ask why Daddy didn't tuck her in anymore. About 6 months ago, something shifted. He started dressing better. New cologne, getting his hair cut more frequently. He'd take calls in the garage or outside, always stepping away when his phone rang. Classic signs, but I was still in denial. I'd invested too much to believe my marriage was falling apart. 3 months ago, Emma stopped asking about him altogether. That should have been my wake-up call, but instead, I doubled down on defending him. I kept saying he was working hard for our family, even though the words tasted like ash in my mouth. Then came that Saturday. David announced at breakfast that he was taking Emma to the park, just the two of them, some quality father-daughter time. I was shocked but relieved. Maybe he was finally stepping up. He told me to rest, enjoy some time to myself. I actually believed he was trying. They left around noon. I cleaned the kitchen, started a load of laundry, made myself lunch. I was feeling optimistic for the first time in months. Around 2 p.m., my phone buzzed. It was my friend Jessica with a text asking if that was David, saying she didn't know he was seeing someone. Attached was a photo. There was my husband, my daughter, and a woman I'd never seen before. They were at an ice cream shop downtown, not the park. The woman was blonde, probably mid-30s, wearing a sundress. She was holding Emma's hand. Emma was smiling up at her, that big gap-toothed grin she used to reserve for me. I stared at that photo for what felt like hours but was probably just minutes. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped my phone. I zoomed in, looking for any explanation that would make this innocent. Maybe she was a colleague. Maybe they ran into her randomly. Maybe there was some logical reason my husband was holding hands with another woman while our daughter stood between them looking like they belonged together. Then Jessica sent a video. It was short, maybe 10 seconds. Emma was laughing, tugging on the woman's hand, and I heard it clear as day. My 8-year-old daughter asking if she could get sprinkles, but the word before that request made my entire world stop. Mom. Not the woman's name, not Miss or Ma'am,
Mom. The woman laughed and said something I couldn't hear, ruffling Emma's hair the way I do every morning before school. David was standing there smiling, his hand on the small of this woman's back. Like they were a family. Like I didn't exist. Like the past 13 years had been erased and rewritten with me edited out completely. I sat there on my couch in the house I'd kept clean and organized for years, staring at this video on loop. Emma's voice saying that word. The ease with which she said it, like it wasn't the first time. Like this woman had earned that title somehow, in whatever secret life my husband had been building behind my back. That's when I knew. Not suspected. Not worried. Not feared. Knew. My marriage was over. It had probably been over for months, maybe longer. I'd just been the only one still showing up to fight for it. I sat on that couch in complete silence after watching the video. My brain couldn't process what to do next. Call him? Drive there and confront them in public? Pack our things and leave before they got home? Every option felt both urgent and impossible at the same time. They came home around 4 p.m. I heard the garage door open, and something in me snapped into this weird calm. Emma ran in first, her face sticky with ice cream residue. She started telling me about how much fun they had, and I interrupted her to ask if they went to the park. David didn't even flinch. He said, "Yeah, the park," then grabbed some ice cream on the way back. Like it was nothing. Like he hadn't just spent the afternoon playing house with his mistress and our daughter. He even kissed my forehead before heading upstairs to change. That night at dinner, I watched him. Really watched him. The way he checked his phone every few minutes. The way he barely looked at Emma when she talked about her day, because he'd already heard it all, hadn't he? He'd been there, with her. Emma went to bed at 8:30. I tucked her in, and she hugged me tighter than usual. After she fell asleep, I found David already in bed, scrolling through his phone. I stood in the doorway and asked who she was. He looked up, and for a split second, I saw panic in his eyes. Then it was gone, replaced by confusion. He asked who I meant. I told him about the woman from today, the one Emma called Mom. His face went completely pale. He stammered something about being able to explain, and I asked how long it had been going on. He tried to deflect, saying it wasn't what I thought, but I asked again. How long? 8 months. 8 months, while I was home defending him to our daughter, while I was making excuses for his absence, while I was lying to myself that everything would get better. I asked about Emma being around her, and he admitted it wasn't the first time. When I pushed for a number, he went quiet. Finally, he said maybe 10 times. Maybe more. He didn't plan for Emma to get attached, he said. Kids just say things. 10 times. My daughter had been building a relationship with this woman while I had no idea. All those Saturdays he'd taken her out, all those errands they'd run together. He'd been auditioning his replacement while I was at home playing the dutiful wife. I told him to get out. He asked what I meant, and I repeated it. Tonight. Get out. Go to her since he'd clearly already moved on. That's when the begging started. She meant nothing. He'd end it tomorrow. He loved me, loved Emma, made a mistake, wasn't thinking clearly. Every cliché excuse a cheating husband could think of came pouring out. I didn't argue. I didn't cry. I just kept repeating that he needed to leave. He finally left around midnight, still trying to negotiate his way back in. I locked the door behind him and stood in our empty house, listening to the silence I'd been avoiding for months. But here's the thing. I didn't fall apart. I got angry. Because David thought he knew me. He thought I'd beg him to stay, suggest couples therapy, try to work it out for Emma's sake. He was counting on me being predictable, being the woman who'd spent 3 years making excuses for him. So I decided not to be that woman anymore. The next morning I called him. I apologized for overreacting, said we should talk things through calmly like adults. He came home that afternoon looking relieved and guilty at the same time. I suggested we give it a month to work on things before making any big decisions. He agreed immediately. Probably couldn't believe his luck. For the next 3 weeks, I played the role perfectly. I made his favorite dinners, asked about his day. I even initiated sex twice, which clearly surprised him. He thought he'd dodged a bullet. He thought I was going to forgive him, and we'd move past this like nothing happened. The whole time, I was building my case. I hired a private investigator who confirmed what I already knew. He was still seeing her. Telling her the marriage was basically over, and he was just waiting for the right time to leave. I found their text messages, screenshots of him saying he loved her, photos he'd sent, bank statements showing hotel rooms and jewelry I'd never received. I organized everything into a timeline, made copies, sent it all to my lawyer, and I planned for Father's Day, which was 3 weeks away. I had something special in mind for him. Father's Day was on a Sunday. I woke up early and made breakfast, pancakes, bacon, the works. Emma made him a card at the table with crayons and stickers. He seemed genuinely happy, probably thinking he'd gotten away with everything. After breakfast, I handed him a wrapped gift. I told him I'd made him something special. He looked almost touched, which would have been funny if it wasn't so pathetic. He opened it. A leather-bound photo album. The first pages were pictures of us, our wedding, Emma as a baby, family vacations. He was smiling as he flipped through them, probably thinking it was some sentimental gesture meant to show him I was all in on saving our marriage. Then he got to the middle. Photos of him and her that the PI had taken. Printed text messages. Bank statements highlighted in yellow, showing every hotel room, every dinner, every piece of jewelry he'd bought her. And on the very last page, a letter from my lawyer, outlining the divorce proceedings and custody arrangements. I watched his face go from confused to horrified in real time. He asked what this was, and I told him it was his new family. Since he'd been building one for 8 months, I figured he should commit to it fully. I said my lawyer would be in touch Monday morning, and that Emma and I were staying with my sister. He had until Wednesday to move his things out. He tried to argue, said I couldn't just do this. I reminded him that he let our daughter call another woman mom. He didn't get to play victim now. I'd already packed our bags. They were in my car, hidden in the trunk since the night before. I called Emma down and told her we were having a sleepover at Aunt Marie's house. She got excited. She loved staying there. She had no idea what was actually happening, and I wanted to keep it that way for as long as possible. David tried to stop us at the door. He said we could fix this, begged me not to do this to Emma. I looked at him and said he'd already done it to Emma. I was just finishing what he started. We left. I didn't look back at the house or at him standing in the doorway. I just drove. That was 6 months ago. The divorce is almost finalized now. David has supervised visitation every other weekend, which was decided after Emma's therapist recommended limited contact while she processes everything. Turns out the girlfriend didn't want to play stepmom when it became real and messy. That relationship imploded within a month of us leaving. I'd be lying if I said that didn't give me some satisfaction. Emma's doing okay, considering. She's in therapy twice a week. She asks about her dad sometimes, usually right before bed. She wants to know why he doesn't live with us anymore, why she can't see him whenever she wants. I tell her age-appropriate versions of the truth, that sometimes adults make choices that hurt the people they love, and we're all trying to figure out how to move forward. She doesn't call anyone else mom anymore. Her therapist says that's actually a good sign, that she's reestablishing boundaries and understanding who her real family is. I sleep through the night now. I don't wait for the garage door to open. I don't check his location or wonder where he is or who he's with. The house we're in is smaller, in a different neighborhood, but it feels lighter, safer somehow. My friend Jessica asked me last week if I regretted how I handled everything. Specifically, the 3 weeks of pretending, the Father's Day reveal, all of it. I told her I regretted marrying someone who could do that to us in the first place. Everything after that was just survival. Some days I feel powerful, like I took control of my life when everything was spiraling, like I protected Emma the only way I knew how. Other days I wonder if the revenge was worth it, if all that planning and performing made me just as manipulative as him, if I should have just left that first night instead of playing the long game. But then I think about that video. Emma's voice saying "Mom" to a stranger. The way David smiled like it was all so normal. And I remember that I did what I had to do. Emma and I are building something new now. Something that doesn't require me to defend anyone's absence or make excuses for neglect. We have movie nights every Friday. She helps me cook dinner. We talk about her day, and I'm actually there to hear about it. Maybe that's not a perfect ending. Maybe some people think I went too far. But it's our ending, and for the first time in years, that feels like enough. They called me paranoid for putting cameras in our home, until the footage proved everything I feared. I'm a 33-year-old woman, and I've been married to my husband Ryan for 6 years. We live in a modest house in the suburbs, and I work from home as a freelance editor. About 3 months ago, Ryan came to me with this request that honestly made me uncomfortable from the start. His best friend Luke had apparently lost his job and his apartment, and Ryan wanted him to stay with us for a few weeks until he got back on his feet. I wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea. I mean, I barely knew Luke beyond the occasional barbecue or birthday party, and our house isn't that big. But Ryan and Luke had been friends since college, and I didn't want to be that wife who says no when someone needs help. So I agreed, and Luke moved into our spare bedroom with 2 duffel bags and what seemed like genuine gratitude. The first week was completely fine. Luke thanked me constantly for letting him stay. He helped with the dishes without being asked, and he mostly kept to himself. I actually started to think maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. Then things started disappearing. It began small. I had left $20 on the kitchen counter one morning, and by that afternoon it was gone. I asked Ryan about it, and he said he hadn't seen it. I figured maybe I'd grabbed it and spent it somewhere and just forgot. It bothered me, but I let it go. A week later, my grandmother's silver bracelet vanished from my jewelry box. This one I knew I hadn't misplaced because I kept it in the same spot always, and I'd literally seen it there 2 days before. I tore apart our bedroom looking for it, checked the bathroom, even looked in the laundry in case it had somehow fallen into the clothes. Nothing. When I told Ryan about it, he just shrugged and said I probably misplaced it somewhere, that I'd been stressed with work deadlines and wasn't thinking clearly. The way he said it made me feel stupid, like I was making a big deal out of nothing. But I wasn't stressed, and I knew exactly where I'd put that bracelet. Over the next couple of weeks, more stuff went missing. $40 from my wallet. A bottle of expensive perfume I'd bought myself as a birthday treat, still in the box, unopened. Some makeup. Every single time I brought it up to Ryan, he had the same response. I was being forgetful. I was imagining things. I was stressed and not paying attention. Then one night, he told me maybe I should talk to someone, like a therapist, because this level of paranoia wasn't healthy. That word, paranoia. Like I was losing my grip on reality or something. It made me so angry because I wasn't being paranoid. I was noticing a pattern. Things were disappearing from my own home,
and instead of taking me seriously, my husband was suggesting I needed professional help. The breaking point came on a random Tuesday afternoon. I'd had a client meeting get canceled last minute, so I headed home around 2 instead of my usual 5. As I walked up to the front door, I could hear voices inside. Ryan and Luke were in the kitchen, and they were talking in these low tones like they were discussing something they didn't want anyone to hear. I stopped with my key in the lock and listened. I caught Luke saying something like, "She seriously didn't notice," followed by laughter. Then Ryan's voice saying, "I told you she never does," and more laughter. I heard my name float through the door, just barely, and then another round of laughing. My stomach completely dropped. They were talking about me, laughing about me. I pushed open the door and walked straight to the kitchen. The second I came around the corner, they both went completely silent. Just stopped mid-conversation and stared at me like I'd caught them doing something they shouldn't be doing. Ryan recovered first, plastering on this bright smile. He asked why I was home early, and I told him about the canceled meeting. When I asked what they'd been talking about, Luke mumbled something about guy stuff and basically fled to the living room. Ryan just said they were talking and I'd startled them. That was it. That night in bed, I brought it up again. I told him it was weird how they went silent when I walked in, how I'd heard them laughing and heard my name. Ryan sighed like I was the most exhausting person on the planet and told me I was doing it again, being paranoid, making something out of nothing. He actually said I was losing it and that I seriously needed to talk to someone because this wasn't normal behavior. Then he rolled over and went to sleep, and I just laid there staring at the ceiling with my heart racing. That was it. That was the moment I decided I was done being told I was crazy. The next morning, I ordered cameras online. Small, discreet ones that looked like normal objects. I felt guilty about it, sure. You're not supposed to spy on your own husband. But I couldn't keep living like this, constantly doubting myself, constantly being told I was imagining things when I knew something was wrong. The cameras arrived within 3 days, and I installed them in the living room, kitchen, and hallway. Nothing in private spaces, just common areas. I wasn't trying to invade anyone's privacy. I just needed to know the truth. I needed proof that I wasn't losing my mind. For the first few days, the footage showed absolutely nothing suspicious. Just Ryan and Luke doing normal stuff like watching TV, making food, having regular conversations. I started second-guessing myself hard. Maybe I really was paranoid. Maybe I'd just wasted money and crossed a major line in my marriage for absolutely no reason. Then, day 6 happened. I was in my office reviewing the kitchen footage, fast-forwarding through the boring parts. Ryan had left for work around 8 that morning, like usual. At 10:47, Luke came into the kitchen. I watched him pour coffee, scroll on his phone, just normal morning stuff. Then he looked toward the hallway where my office is, like he was checking to make sure I was still working. And then he walked straight over to where I always leave my purse on the counter. My whole body went cold as I watched him unzip my purse, pull out my wallet, and take 2 $20 bills. He folded them into his pocket, zipped everything back up, and walked away. The entire thing took maybe 15 seconds. So casual, like he'd done it 100 times before. I sat there staring at the screen, feeling sick. But I kept watching, because I needed to see if there was more. There was more. That evening around 6:30, Ryan came home from work. I watched him greet Luke, grab a beer from the fridge, and then Luke said something to him. I couldn't make out the exact words, but I could see Luke miming going through something, pointing at my purse on the counter. And then they both started laughing. Ryan actually clapped him on the shoulder like it was the funniest thing he'd heard all day. My husband knew. He knew Luke was stealing from me, and he thought it was hilarious. I wanted to throw up. Instead, I kept going through the footage. The next day's recordings showed more of the same. Luke going through the mail on the counter, opening what looked like a credit card offer addressed to me. But what I found from that evening was so much worse than the stealing. Ryan was sitting on the couch with his laptop, and he was on a video chat with some woman I'd never seen before. And he wasn't just talking to her. He was flirting, leaning into the camera with that smile, the one he used to give me when we first started dating. I couldn't hear everything clearly, but I could see enough. The way he looked at her, the way she laughed at whatever he was saying. At one point, Luke walked through the living room in the background and said something that made Ryan crack up. The woman on the screen asked what was so funny, and Ryan said something back. She looked confused and said something else. Then Ryan's response, which I could actually make out because he said it clearly. I do, but she's clueless. Never notices anything. Luke's voice from somewhere off screen. Seriously, she's oblivious. They both laughed. My husband laughed at me with his mistress, and his thief of a best friend like I was some kind of joke they were all in on. I must have sat there for an hour just staring at my computer screen, feeling like my entire world had just shattered. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely move the mouse. Everything I'd been feeling, all the doubt, all the gaslighting, it was all real. And it was so much worse than I'd even imagined. That's when I made my decision about what I was going to do next. I spent the rest of that night downloading every single relevant clip, every instance of Luke going through my stuff, every conversation I could capture where they talked about me, every second of that video chat with the other woman. I saved everything to a flash drive and made 3 backup copies because I wasn't taking any chances. Then, I just had to wait for the right moment. Ryan's birthday was coming up in 2 weeks. His parents were driving in from Ohio, and his brother and sister-in-law were coming too. We'd already planned this whole family dinner at our house. Nothing fancy, just a nice meal with the people closest to him. Ryan had been excited about it for weeks. Perfect. I confirmed with everyone that the dinner was still happening. I played the loving wife, asked Ryan what he wanted me to cook, even offered to bake his favorite cake from scratch. He had no idea what was coming. I also called a divorce lawyer that week, had a consultation, explained everything, got the papers drawn up. The retainer cost a fortune, but I'd been quietly moving money into a separate account for months. Some part of me must have known this was coming, even before the cameras. The night of his birthday dinner finally arrived, and I made sure everything was perfect. I cooked all his favorite foods, set the table with our nice dishes, even put out flowers. His family showed up right at 6. His mom hugged me and went on about how lucky Ryan was to have such a wonderful wife. His dad complimented the house, and Luke, this absolute piece of work, showed up with a bottle of wine like he was doing us some favor by being there. We all sat down and had dinner. Everyone was laughing and talking, completely oblivious. Ryan kept touching my knee under the table, playing the devoted husband role. At one point, his mother looked at us and said we were so solid, that it was wonderful to see a young couple still so in love. I just smiled and poured her more wine. Inside, I was counting down the minutes until dessert. After dinner, everyone moved to the living room for cake and presents. Ryan opened his gifts one by one, acting all grateful and happy. His parents got him a watch. His brother got him some golf thing he'd been wanting. Then he turned to me with this expectant look and asked what I got him. I told him I'd made him something special, a video, and that I just needed to set it up real quick. I grabbed my laptop and connected it to the TV before anyone could ask questions. Ryan looked curious but pleased, probably thinking I'd put together some cheesy montage of our relationship or something. I pressed play. The first clip showed Luke going through my purse. Crystal clear footage, timestamp right there on the screen. The room went completely silent. I watched Ryan's smile disappear. His mother made this gasping sound. His dad asked what he was watching, and I told him to wait. There was more. The next clip started playing. Luke taking money from my wallet. Then the angle from later that same day. Ryan coming home. Luke obviously telling him about it, both of them laughing together. Ryan's mother's hand went to her mouth. She said his name like a question, like she was hoping this wasn't real. But I wasn't done. The video chat footage started. Ryan on the couch, flirting with that woman. Her asking about me. Him calling me clueless. Luke's voice adding that I never noticed anything. Both of them laughing at my expense. Ryan jumped up and tried to grab the laptop, yelling at me to turn it off. His dad physically pulled him back and told him to sit down and watch what he'd done. So Ryan had to stand there while the rest of the footage played. Every awful moment, right there on the TV for his whole family to see. When it finally ended, I reached into my bag and pulled out the envelope I'd been carrying all night. I handed it to Ryan and told him happy birthday. Divorce papers, already filed. He'd been officially served. His mother started crying. His dad looked like he was trying not to explode. Luke had gone pale and was edging toward the door like he was planning his escape. Ryan just stammered something about how I couldn't do this, how recording them was insane, probably illegal. I told him I'd checked with my lawyer and that cameras in common areas of my own house were completely legal. His face went even paler. His brother stood up and said they were leaving. He told his parents to come on, and then he looked at me and apologized. Said he had no idea any of this was happening. They all filed out one by one. Ryan's mother actually stopped to hug me, still crying. His dad couldn't even look at Ryan on his way out the door. Luke slipped out during all the chaos, just vanished into the night without a word. Ryan stood there in the middle of the living room, surrounded by half-eaten cake and torn wrapping paper, staring at me like I was a stranger. He told me I'd ruined everything. I said no, he did that. I just made sure everyone could see it. Then I grabbed my purse, the same one Luke had gone through so many times, and walked out. I'd already packed bags earlier that day and booked a hotel room. My lawyer had told me I could come back for my things later, with a police escort if needed. Luke disappeared the next day. Just packed up his stuff and left. Didn't even bother with a note or goodbye. Good riddance. Ryan tried to apologize about 3 weeks later. He sent me this long text about how he'd made mistakes, but I'd overreacted by humiliating him in front of his family. That I'd been cruel and vindictive. That we could have worked through everything privately, like adults. I didn't respond with words. I just sent him a screenshot from the video. The exact moment where he's laughing after Luke told him about stealing from me. Just that one image, nothing else. He never replied after that. I blocked his number the same day. Now I'm living in a small apartment across town. The divorce is almost finalized, should be done within the month. Some of our mutual friends have told me I went too far, that the public humiliation was unnecessary, that I should have just left quietly and kept my dignity intact. But Ryan's family, ironically, has been nothing but supportive. His mother calls me every week just to check in and see how I'm doing. Here's the thing, though. After months of being gaslit, of being called paranoid and crazy, of being told I needed therapy because I was imagining things, of watching my own husband laugh at me with his criminal best friend, I don't regret what I did. Not the cameras, not the dinner, not any of it. Some days I feel powerful, like I finally took control of my own story. Other days, I wonder if I'm just as bad as they were, just in a different way. But mostly, I feel free. I'm out of that house, away from those people, and I never have to doubt my own reality again. And honestly, that's worth whatever anyone else thinks about how I handled it.
They mocked me for being the quiet one in the family, so I let my silence destroy their secret. I, 35, have been dealing with this situation for years with my older brother Dean, 38, and my parents who run our family's small real estate business. I'm the youngest, and I've always been the one they wrote off as too soft for the real work. While they handled sales and client meetings, I stayed in the back office doing accounting and paperwork. The stuff nobody else wanted to touch. Family dinners were the worst. They felt more like board meetings where I didn't get a vote. Dean would walk in talking about his latest commission. My dad would jump in with some story about a difficult client he won over, and my mom would go on about her marketing strategies. I'd sit there eating, and the few times I tried to contribute something about our financial position or the books, they'd just wave me off. Dean would say something about how we were talking about real business, not just numbers. My dad would tell me to let the salespeople handle strategy. The mockery was constant. They called me their little accountant, said I was too shy for the sales floor. At company events, they'd introduce Dean as the future of the business, while I was just the guy who handled the boring stuff. I told myself it didn't matter because I was good at what I did, but it got to me more than I wanted to admit. About 8 months ago, I started noticing problems in our books. Payments that should have been recorded weren't there. Properties showing as sold, but the commission deposits didn't match what they should have been. I found handwritten notes in my dad's files about side arrangements and off-book bonuses that made no sense with our official records. I brought it up at a Sunday family meeting. Just mentioned casually that some numbers seemed off, and maybe we should review our processes. My dad actually laughed at me. He said that's why I wasn't cut out for the real world, that I overthink everything. He told me sometimes deals get complicated, and that's just how business works. Dean smirked and told me to stick to what I know and let them handle strategy. I dropped it, but I didn't stop noticing. The problems got worse. Larger amounts going missing, more discrepancies. I found emails between Dean and my dad discussing creative accounting and how they needed to move some things around before tax season. I started making copies. I didn't know what I'd do with them, but something told me I needed insurance. Then 3 months ago, everything exploded. My dad called me into his office on a Friday afternoon. His face was red, and Dean was already in there, arms crossed, looking at me like I'd done something terrible. My dad told me we had a problem. The quarterly reports didn't match what we filed. There were transactions missing and numbers that didn't line up. He said this was my department and my responsibility. I felt sick. I told him I'd been flagging issues for months. Dean cut me off and asked if I'd been creating the issues instead. Said maybe I'd been in over my head the whole time and couldn't admit it. That's when my dad leaned forward and told me we were looking at potential tax fraud. That if this came back on the business, it could destroy everything they'd built. And right now, he said, all signs pointed to incompetence in the accounting department. I understood immediately. They weren't blaming me because they thought I'd made mistakes. They needed someone to take the fall for what they'd been doing. All those creative deals and off-book arrangements had a paper trail, and they'd made sure it led straight to me. I said it out loud, told them they were cutting me out, that they were going to throw me under the bus to save themselves. My dad stood up and said they were protecting the family business, that if I couldn't handle my job properly, maybe I didn't belong there. He put me on probation and said they'd be reviewing my position in the coming weeks. I walked out of that office and something inside me changed. They'd spent years dismissing me and treating me like I didn't matter. Now they were ready to destroy my reputation, maybe even my freedom, to protect themselves from their own crimes. That's when I realized my silence didn't have to be weakness. It could be strategy. They'd always underestimated the quiet one. That was about to become their biggest mistake.
I spent that weekend going through everything I'd collected over the past months. Every email I'd copied, every suspicious transaction I'd flagged, every note I'd made about conversations where they'd dismissed my concerns. I organized it all chronologically, cross-referenced it with our official books, and built a clear picture of exactly what had been happening. They'd been running side deals for at least 3 years, taking cash payments and not reporting them, inflating expenses to reduce tax liability, creating fake consulting fees that went straight into personal accounts, and they'd structured everything so that if anyone looked, the paperwork would point to the accounting department, to me. I was the one responsible for the errors on paper. The genius of it was that they'd relied on me being too timid to fight back, too quiet, too much of a pushover to defend myself. They'd spent my whole life conditioning me to accept their judgment, to defer to their expertise, to believe that I was the lesser member of the family. But they'd forgotten something important. I was the one who actually understood how all the numbers worked. Monday morning, I made copies of everything and put them in 3 separate locations. Then I called a tax attorney, not our family's attorney, but a completely independent one who specialized in fraud cases. I laid everything out for him and explained what was happening, asked what my options were. He told me it was pretty clear-cut. If they were setting me up to take the fall, I needed to get ahead of it. And with the level of documentation I had, the authorities were going to want to see this regardless. This wasn't just bad bookkeeping. This was systematic fraud. I asked what would happen to the business. He was blunt. The business was probably done, but if I didn't act, I was done too. And unlike them, I might actually be looking at criminal charges. I sat with that for 2 days. This was my family. My parents had built this business from nothing. Dean had worked there his entire adult life. If I did this, I wouldn't just be exposing them. I'd be destroying everything. But they'd been ready to destroy me without hesitation. On Wednesday, I met with an independent auditor and turned over everything I had. I didn't go to my family. I didn't warn them. I just gave the auditor the files and let the process begin. The investigation started quietly. Some requests for documents, some questions about specific transactions. My dad called me, annoyed, asking what was going on with this audit and if I'd messed something up. I told him I didn't know. Maybe they were just being thorough. Within 2 weeks, it escalated. Formal notices, requests for emails and bank records. My parents were furious, running around trying to control the narrative, but they couldn't figure out where it was coming from. During a family meeting, my dad slammed his hand on the table, said someone had talked. Someone had gone to the authorities and betrayed the family. He said when he found out who did it, there would be consequences. I just sat there, quiet as always. Dean was sweating, looking at everyone suspiciously. My mom was crying, saying this would ruin us, and I said nothing. Dean finally turned to me, asked if it was me, said I'd been weird lately, quiet, more than usual. I met his eyes and reminded him I'm always quiet. They'd been telling me that my whole life. My dad demanded I answer the question. I shrugged and told them I didn't know what they wanted me to say. The numbers speak for themselves. They always have. That's when I saw my dad's face change. He realized. Maybe not everything, but enough. The son he'd dismissed for 35 years had just become the biggest threat he'd ever faced. The next few weeks were chaos. They hired lawyers. They tried to piece together what the auditors knew. They had emergency meetings where they'd scream at each other about who could have leaked information. And through it all, I showed up to work, did my job, and kept my mouth shut. Dean cornered me once in the parking lot, told me if I knew something, now was the time to help the family, that we needed to stick together.
I just looked at him and said I'd been trying to help for months, but nobody wanted to listen to the quiet one. The investigation kept growing. They brought in federal auditors, started looking at everything from the past 5 years. My parents stopped sleeping. Dean started drinking, and I waited for it all to come crashing down. The business collapsed within 4 months. The full audit revealed everything. Years of fraud, tax evasion, money laundering through false consulting fees. My parents lost the business and faced massive fines. Dean lost his real estate license permanently. They tried to implicate me, tried to claim I was the mastermind, but I had documentation proving I'd flagged concerns repeatedly and been dismissed each time. The irony wasn't lost on me. They'd spent years building a paper trail to protect themselves and blame me. But I'd spent months building a better one. I was cleared of any wrongdoing. Officially, I was the whistleblower who'd exposed the fraud. In reality, I was just the quiet one who'd finally had enough. I took what was left of my savings and started a small financial consulting firm under my own name. The same name they'd said would never matter. The same name they'd dismissed at every family gathering. I focused on helping small businesses maintain clean books and avoid the kind of problems that had destroyed my family's company. My parents won't speak to me. Dean sends messages through mutual friends, calling me a traitor. Extended family members have chosen sides, and most of them aren't on mine. My aunt told me I should have handled it privately. My uncle said I destroyed my parents' legacy out of spite. I've lost more than just the business. I've lost almost everyone I grew up with. But I sleep fine at night. They were ready to let me take the fall for their crimes. Ready to watch me lose everything, maybe even go to prison, to save themselves. All while continuing to mock me for being soft. My consulting business has been growing steadily. I've built a reputation for thorough, ethical work. Several former clients of our family business have actually hired me. One of them told me they always trusted me more than Dean anyway. Turns out being the quiet one meant people actually listened when I did speak. Last week, Dean called. First time I'd heard his voice directly in months. He said it was time to move on, that family should forgive and forget. He said I was being stubborn and cruel, that I'd destroyed our parents' legacy over pride, that I could have found another way to handle things. I told him I had already forgiven and forgotten, right before I let the accountants in. Then I hung up. I've been thinking about that conversation a lot. About everything, really. I didn't want to destroy the family business. I didn't want my parents to lose everything they'd built. I genuinely struggled with the decision before I turned over those documents. There were nights I barely slept, going back and forth about whether there was another way. But they were ready to destroy me without a second thought. They'd spent my entire life making me feel worthless, and when it mattered, they were willing to sacrifice me completely. So I let the truth speak. And the truth burned everything down. People call me vindictive now. They say I valued revenge over family, that I should have found a way to protect them while protecting myself. Some distant relatives have suggested I could have just quit and walked away, let them deal with their own mess. But that wouldn't have worked. They'd already set me up. If I'd just walked away, I still would have been the one on paper responsible for the discrepancies. They would have pointed to my departure as proof of guilt. My name was already attached to their crimes. I keep coming back to that meeting in my dad's office. The certainty in his voice when he blamed me. The coldness in Dean's eyes. The complete lack of hesitation before they threw me away. They didn't agonize over the decision to sacrifice me. They didn't lose sleep. They just did it. My mom sent me a letter last month. She didn't sign it, but I recognized her handwriting. She said I'd broken her heart,
that she never thought her own son would turn on his family like this, that the quiet one had always been her favorite, and now she didn't even recognize me. I almost wrote back, almost told her that I didn't recognize them either when they decided my freedom was worth less than their reputation. But I didn't. I just filed the letter away with everything else. Sometimes I wonder if there's a version of this story where we all came out okay, where I confronted them and they actually listened, where they took responsibility and we fixed things together. But that's not the family I had. The family I had was ready to watch me burn. The quiet one finally spoke, and nobody liked what I had to say. They thought I was too old to understand betrayal, but I taught them what real lessons feel like. I'm 72 years old, a retired teacher who spent 47 years in classrooms. My son Marcus is 45, and his wife Diana is 42. They run a bakery downtown. Well, they used to. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let me back up and explain how all of this started, because the context actually matters. 5 years ago, my wife Evelyn died from cancer. The house we'd shared for 30 years felt too empty after that. Too quiet. Every room had her in it somehow. When Marcus suggested I sell the place and move in with him and Diana, it honestly felt like a relief. He made it sound so logical, too. I shouldn't be alone at my age. They had the extra space. It just made sense. So I sold the house. Got $340,000 for it. I kept some for myself, but Marcus and Diana were struggling with their bakery at the time. They'd opened it 3 years before, using Evelyn's recipes. Her cinnamon rolls, her sourdough, her berry tarts. People loved them. The recipes were selling like crazy, but they needed to expand. Bigger space, better equipment, the whole thing. They needed $150,000 to make it happen. Marcus promised they'd pay me back once business picked up. I gave them the money without hesitation. That's what family does, right? That's what Evelyn always said anyway. Family doesn't keep score. The first year living with them was actually fine. I had my room upstairs, helped out at the bakery when they needed an extra pair of hands, spent time with my grandson when he came around. Normal family stuff. But somewhere along the way, things started shifting. Diana began making these little comments about how I got in the way during their morning routine. Marcus started talking about my age like I wasn't even in the room. I'd hear him tell Diana that I was slowing down, that they might need to think about my future. Then came the morning that flipped everything. I've always been an early riser. Teaching habit I never broke. I woke up around 6 and headed downstairs for coffee. Diana was in the kitchen on the phone with someone, laughing. Then I heard my name. She said they couldn't wait for me to finally move to a nursing home. They were planning to turn my room into a home office. Marcus needed space for business paperwork, and I apparently just sat upstairs watching TV all day anyway. That's what she said. Just like that. I stopped on the stairs, stood there frozen. Her friend must have said something because Diana kept going. She said I was 72, so how much longer could I really stay independent anyway? They might as well start planning now. I looked through the stair railings and saw Marcus sitting at the kitchen table with his laptop. He was right there. He heard everything. I waited for him to defend me, to say something, anything. He just looked up at Diana, nodded, and went back to typing. I turned around and went back upstairs. Skipped coffee that morning. Never mentioned what I'd heard. 2 months went by. I started noticing things I'd missed before. Boxes showing up in the garage with my stuff inside. Books I'd had on the shelves, photo albums, my old teaching awards. When I asked Diana about them, she said they were just doing some spring cleaning, organizing. Then one afternoon I came back from my walk and found a brochure on my bed. Sunset Gardens Assisted Living Community. There was a post-it note on top in Marcus's handwriting. Just some options to consider for the future, Dad. No rush. That evening I went to grab my winter coat from the garage and found 3 more boxes. These ones had my clothes in them. My sweaters. My good shoes. Things I actually used. They weren't planning for some distant future. They were packing me up right now. They'd already decided. I sat in my room that night, the one they wanted to convert into an office, and couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the money I'd given them, how proud I'd been of their success, how I'd told all my old teaching colleagues about my son's bakery, like it was my own achievement. How Evelyn would feel knowing her recipes built something that was being used to push me out. By the time morning came, I knew exactly what I needed to do. The next morning I called Robert Chen, the lawyer who'd handled my house sale. I told him I needed to see the paperwork from when I invested in Marcus's bakery. There was this pause on the line, and then Robert reminded me of something I'd completely forgotten. He said I hadn't just given them money. We'd structured it as a property investment for tax purposes. I'd bought 51% ownership of the commercial property when they expanded. My name was still on the deed. Marcus was supposed to buy me out gradually over time, but he'd never made a single payment toward that. Not one. I asked Robert what would happen if I wanted to sell my share. Another pause, longer this time. He explained that I'd need to give Marcus right of first refusal, but if he couldn't or wouldn't buy me out, I could sell to anyone. I was the majority owner. It was legally mine to sell. I thanked him and hung up. It took me 3 days to set everything in motion. I called some contacts from my teaching days. One of my former colleagues had a son who ran a bakery chain that was looking to expand. I explained the situation to him, kept it professional, businesslike. No emotions, just facts. They were very interested in the location and made me an offer within 24 hours. I gave Marcus his required 48-hour notice to buy me out, hand-delivered the letter myself, left it on the bakery counter when he was in the back. The price was $200,000 for my 51%, which was actually under market value for that property. I was being more than fair. 2 hours later, my phone rang. Marcus was screaming, asking what the hell I thought I was doing, saying I couldn't just do this to them. I told him to read the documents. I could do this, and he had 48 hours to match the offer, or I was selling. He said they didn't have that kind of money. I told him he should have thought about that before packing my belongings and browsing nursing homes. The line went quiet. Then he said it. You were listening that day. I told him I heard a lot of things. I was old, not deaf. He didn't call back after that. Neither did Diana. The 48 hours came and went. I sold my 51% to Morrison Family Bakeries on a Tuesday morning. By Friday, they'd changed the locks. By Monday, there was a new sign-up, Mrs. Evelyn's Bakes. I'd made it a condition of the sale. They had to use her name. Her recipes would continue, but not in Marcus's hands, not after what they'd done. Marcus showed up at Robert's office the day I was signing the final papers. He looked terrible, like he hadn't slept in days. Diana was outside in their car crying. I could see her through the window. He said it was their livelihood, their dream. He actually used the word please. I looked at him and barely recognized my own son. I asked him when that had happened. When had he become someone I didn't know? I told him no. It was my money, my wife's recipes.
His dream was just built on our foundation, and he'd wanted to throw me away the moment I became inconvenient. He started backtracking, said they weren't really going to do anything, that I was misunderstanding. I cut him off, told him they'd packed my boxes, they'd picked out the facility. Diana had laughed about turning my room into an office while I was still living in it. I gathered up my papers and stood up, looked him right in the eye. I reminded him that I'd taught for 47 years. The most important lesson in all that time was simple. Actions have consequences. I told him to consider this his final exam. I moved out that week, found an apartment near my old school district. It's smaller than their house, but it's mine. The money from the sale set me up comfortably. I don't have to worry about anything now.
And Morrison's sends me a small monthly check as part of the deal we worked out. The bakery is actually thriving under new ownership. They kept Evelyn's recipes, expanded the menu, hired more staff. I go by sometimes for a cinnamon roll, sit by the window. The new owners know who I am, and they treat me well. Always comp my coffee. Marcus and Diana had to close the smaller location they'd opened across town with their savings. Last I heard, Diana's working at a grocery store bakery now. Marcus is doing something with insurance. Both regular jobs. Nothing like what they had. My grandson called me last month. He's 16 now, old enough to have his own phone, old enough to understand what happened between me and his parents. He said his dad told him I destroyed their lives. I thought about that for a while before I answered. Then I told him no. I didn't destroy their lives. I protected mine. We talk regularly now, him and me. Meet for lunch every other week at this diner near his school. He asks about his grandma Evelyn, about the recipes, about my teaching days. I think he gets it more than his parents ever did. He understands why I did what I did. Marcus and Diana sent me a letter last week. They called it an apology, but it read more like a business proposal. They want to reconcile, work something out about the bakery situation, maybe come to some kind of arrangement. I haven't responded yet. There's this part of me that wants to forgive them, the part that raised Marcus, that stayed up with him when he was sick, that taught him to ride a bike and helped him with homework. That part remembers he's still my son. That part thinks maybe people can change. But then there's the other part. The part that heard Diana laugh about warehousing me in a nursing home. The part that saw my boxes already packed in the garage while they pretended everything was fine. The part that watched Marcus sit there and nod along while his wife planned my future like I was a piece of furniture they needed to get rid of. That part remembers every lesson I taught in 47 years about dignity and respect, about what happens when you underestimate someone just because they're old. I've been thinking a lot about what forgiveness even means at this point. Is it weakness, or is it wisdom? I honestly don't know anymore. The thing is, I'm doing fine now. Better than fine, actually. My apartment is quiet, but it's the good kind of quiet, the kind I choose. I have my books, my TV, my routine. I go to the bakery when I want Evelyn's cinnamon rolls. I have lunch with my grandson. I play chess at the community center on Thursdays with some other retired teachers. Nobody's packing my boxes. Nobody's browsing nursing home brochures for me. Nobody's laughing about my future in the next room while I'm still in the house. Marcus left me a voicemail yesterday. Didn't mention the letter, just said he wanted to talk. Said some things have happened, that they've been doing some thinking. His voice sounded different, smaller somehow. I saved the voicemail, but I haven't called back. Part of me wonders if I went too far, if taking the bakery was too harsh, too final, if I should have just moved out and cut contact instead of burning everything down. But then I remember that they weren't going to just let me leave. They wanted my money, my wife's recipes, the success that came from both. And then they wanted me gone, erased, like I was never there. They didn't just want me out of the house. They wanted me to disappear quietly, so they could enjoy everything I'd given them without the inconvenience of my presence. So no, I don't think I went too far. I think I went exactly as far as I needed to. I've learned something through all of this, something I never had to teach in a classroom but maybe should have. Revenge isn't about making yourself feel better. It's not about getting even or proving a point. It's about drawing a line and saying, this is how you don't treat people. This is what happens when you do. The hardest part isn't executing it. I figured that out pretty quick. The hardest part is living with it after. Deciding if you're satisfied with the lesson you taught, or if you wish you'd handled it differently. I still don't know which one I am. Satisfied or regretful? My grandson asked me at lunch last week if I miss his dad. I told him the truth. I miss the son I thought I had, the one I raised. But that person either never existed or he changed into someone I don't recognize. Either way, I'm not sure there's anything left to miss. He seemed to understand that. The letter from Marcus and Diana is still on my kitchen table, unopened for 3 days now. Part of me wants to read it. Part of me wants to throw it away. I taught thousands of students about consequences and choices. Funny how I'm still learning that lesson myself at 72. When I got my inheritance, I exposed what my uncle did to steal from our family for years. I'm 33, and 3 months ago, my grandfather died. He left me his house and what I thought would be a decent portion of his estate. My uncle, Richard, 58, had been managing all of Grandpa's finances and the family business for years. Everyone trusted him. Grandpa especially trusted him. So when the lawyer called us all to my grandmother Helen's house for the will reading, nobody expected anything weird. We figured it'd be split fairly between me, my cousins Jake and Maria, and Uncle Richard. We were all sitting in Grandma's living room last week. Uncle Richard kept checking his watch like he had somewhere better to be. My Aunt Karen sat next to him looking nervous. The lawyer opened the folder and started reading, and that's when everything went sideways. Turns out most of Grandpa's assets had been transferred to Uncle Richard years before he died. The business, the savings accounts, the investment properties, all of it. Me and my cousins got almost nothing. Just the house for me and some small cash portions split between the three of us. The room exploded. Maria started crying immediately. Jake stood up and started yelling at Uncle Richard. Grandma looked confused, like she didn't understand what was happening. Uncle Richard just sat there with this calm expression and said Grandpa trusted him most, that he'd handled everything for years, and Dad wanted it this way. He said it like it was obvious, like we should have expected it. Grandma tried to defend him, saying Richard had worked so hard for the family, but even she sounded unsure. The meeting ended with everyone shouting over each other. Jake stormed out. Maria wouldn't even look at Uncle Richard. I just sat there feeling numb, watching my uncle act like he'd done nothing wrong. But here's the thing. 3 weeks before that meeting, I'd started cleaning out the house I inherited. It was full of decades worth of stuff, and I was going through the attic alone, trying to figure out what to keep and what to throw away. That's when I found the boxes. They were pushed way back behind old furniture, like someone had hidden them on purpose. Inside were financial ledgers going back 6 years, bank statements, letters between Uncle Richard and various banks, and documents with Grandpa's signature that looked shaky and wrong, all dated from the last 2 years when he was really sick. I spent hours going through everything. There were spreadsheets showing money transfers, always from Grandpa's accounts to Uncle Richard's business accounts. Small amounts at first, then bigger and bigger. The letters made me feel sick.
Uncle Richard writing things like, "You know I need this for the business," and "The family depends on me," and "You're not thinking clearly, Dad." Pressuring him. Over and over. The worst part was finding medical records mixed in with the financial papers. They showed Grandpa was on heavy medication for pain and confusion when he signed some of the biggest transfers. Documents dated right after hospital stays. Signatures that barely looked like his normal handwriting. I called Jake, but didn't tell him what I'd found yet. I needed to be sure first. I made copies of everything and hid the originals. Then I spent days just sitting with it, trying to figure out what to do. This would destroy Grandma. She was already barely holding on after losing Grandpa. Our family was fractured enough from the grief. If I brought this up, it would end everything. But Uncle Richard had stolen from his own dying father. He'd manipulated him while he was sick and vulnerable. And now he was sitting in that living room acting like he'd earned it all through hard work. I decided to bring the evidence to the next family meeting. Grandma had called one for 2 days later to discuss next steps, to try to smooth things over. I made my copies, put them in an envelope, and knew that what I was about to do would either save our family or end it completely. So that brings me to yesterday. I was back in Grandma's living room, that envelope in my lap, watching my uncle smile like he'd won something. He had no idea what was coming. The meeting started awkward and tense. Nobody wanted to be there. Jake barely acknowledged Uncle Richard when he walked in. Maria sat as far away from him as possible. Grandma looked exhausted, like she hadn't slept since the will reading. Aunt Karen kept her arm linked through Uncle Richard's like she was protecting him. Uncle Richard started talking first. He went on about how Grandpa had specific wishes, how he'd worked the hardest in the family, how he'd sacrificed everything for the family business while the rest of us lived our own lives. He said maybe if we'd all been around more, helped more, Grandpa would have trusted us too. Aunt Karen nodded along, backing him up on every point. The whole thing felt rehearsed. Jake's jaw was clenched. Maria looked like she might cry again. Grandma just stared at the floor. I watched Uncle Richard talk himself up, getting more confident with every sentence, and I couldn't take it anymore. I pulled out the envelope and set it on the coffee table. I told him it was interesting he mentioned working hard, because I'd found something while cleaning out the house. His face changed immediately. Just for a second, I saw panic flash across it before he controlled it again. I laid out the ledgers, the bank statements, the letters. I walked them through the whole timeline, how it started small 6 years ago, just a few thousand here and there. How it escalated as Grandpa got sicker. How Uncle Richard had pressured him over and over in those letters. How the biggest transfers happened when Grandpa was in the hospital, barely able to think straight. The room went dead silent while I talked. Then it exploded. Jake grabbed the documents and started reading them, his hands shaking. Maria was crying again, but this time she looked furious. She kept saying she knew something was wrong. She'd felt it, but couldn't prove it. Grandma started asking Uncle Richard if it was true, her voice breaking. Uncle Richard's face turned bright red. He started shouting that I'd made it all up, that I was jealous, that I'd forged the documents because I wanted more money. He said those were legitimate business transactions, that Grandpa had wanted to invest in his company, that I was twisting everything to make him look bad. That's when Aunt Karen fainted, just collapsed right there on the couch. We had to help her sit up and get her some water. She recovered after a minute and immediately started defending him too, saying I was a liar, that I was trying to destroy their family. Uncle Richard kept yelling. He said he'd sue me for defamation, that Grandpa had told him personally he could have that money, that everything was perfectly legal and above board. Jake stood up and got in his face, asking how he could steal from his own dying father. Uncle Richard shoved him back.
Then the lawyer spoke up. I'd invited him to be there, and everyone had forgotten about him sitting in the corner. He said he'd examined the documents and the signatures matched Grandpa's handwriting. But the circumstances were questionable. Several documents had been signed when Grandpa was hospitalized. The transfers happened right before Grandpa lost mental capacity, according to medical records. Some of the letters showed clear coercion. There were grounds to legally challenge the will in the transfers. Grandma started crying. Really crying, not just tears. She told everyone to stop. Please just stop. The room split right there. Jake and Maria were on my side, looking at Uncle Richard like they'd never seen him before. Aunt Karen was hysterical, screaming that we were ganging up on them. Uncle Richard tried to grab the papers off the table. I think he wanted to destroy them. Jake caught his arm and told him they were copies, that I had the originals somewhere safe. Uncle Richard called me every name he could think of, said I'd destroyed the family, that I'd regret this. Then he stormed out. Aunt Karen followed him, turning back to say I should be ashamed of myself. The door slammed. Grandma had to go lie down. She looked 10 years older than she had that morning. Jake and Maria stayed with me, trying to process what had just happened. Before Grandma went to her room, she whispered that she'd known something wasn't right, but hadn't wanted to believe it because he was her son. The lawyer said we needed to decide whether to pursue legal action or try to handle it privately. He left us his card and showed himself out. The three of us just sat there in the wreckage of what used to be our family. I didn't sleep that night. My phone kept going off with texts from relatives I hadn't heard from in years. Some said I did the right thing. Others called me a traitor who'd destroyed the family over money. Uncle Richard's side of the family completely cut contact. Aunt Karen sent me a long text at 3 a.m, calling me evil and vindictive. I stopped reading after the first paragraph. Grandma called 2 days later and asked me to come over alone. When I got there, she looked like she'd aged a decade. She told me she believed me, said she'd suspected something for a while but hadn't wanted to see it. Then she started telling me stories about Uncle Richard asking for money over the years, always for the business, always promising he'd pay it back. Grandpa had been too proud to tell anyone that Richard kept failing. She said Grandpa had covered for him for years because he didn't want the family to know. She asked me what I wanted her to do. I told her she didn't have to do anything. I just wanted the truth out there. She looked relieved and heartbroken at the same time. The family split completely after that. Extended relatives picked sides. Some stopped talking to me entirely. Others thanked me privately for exposing what happened, but said they couldn't say anything publicly because it would cause drama. The family group chat turned into a war zone until someone just deleted it. All our annual gatherings got canceled. Grandma was stuck in the middle, calling both me and Uncle Richard, trying to keep some connection to everyone. Jake, Maria, and I met with the lawyer a week later. He laid out our options. We could contest the will and the estate transfers. It would probably work, given the evidence, but it would take years, cost a lot in legal fees, and it would definitely destroy whatever was left of the family. We were sitting there trying to decide when Grandma called me. She was crying, begging us not to take it to court, said she couldn't handle any more fighting. We decided not to pursue it, for her sake. Uncle Richard didn't back down, though. His lawyer sent us a letter threatening to countersue. He claimed I'd broken into the house illegally and stolen documents. Said I was committing elder abuse against Grandma by stressing her out. None of it held any weight, but it showed how far he was willing to go. He started spreading rumors to anyone who'd listen. Told people Grandpa had always planned to give him everything, that I was just bitter and jealous because I'd never worked as hard as he had. The whole thing took a toll on me. Yeah, the truth was out, but what did it actually accomplish? Grandma's health started declining from all the stress. The family was completely fractured. Some sides weren't speaking at all. Holidays became this awkward thing where we had to plan separate events.
Jake told me I did the right thing, but admitted it sucked living through the aftermath. It's been 3 months now since the confrontation. Uncle Richard still has most of the money. We never took him to court. But word spread through the community about what he did. His reputation is trashed. I've heard his business is struggling because people know he stole from his dying father. I guess that's some kind of justice even without the legal system. I'm still living in Grandpa's house. Sometimes when I'm going through his things, I wonder if staying quiet would have been easier. If I should have just let Uncle Richard have his win and kept the peace. Then I remember the smug look on his face at that first meeting. How he sat there acting like he'd earned everything. How he manipulated Grandpa while he was dying and vulnerable. At least now everyone knows what really happened. Grandma's 83rd birthday is coming up next month. Usually it's this big family gathering with everyone there. Now nobody knows what's happening. Uncle Richard will probably show up because she's his mother. I don't know if I'll go. Don't know if Jake and Maria will either. I'm not sure our family can recover from this. Maybe some things break too completely to fix. I sit here in this house that started everything and think about how Uncle Richard got away with the money, but lost everything else. Our family is broken, maybe permanently. Grandma cries every time I visit, but the truth is out there, and he can't hide from it anymore. Sometimes I think I should have just let it go. Other times, I know I couldn't have lived with myself if I'd stayed quiet. I still don't know if I made the right choice. When my husband forgot our anniversary, I gave him something he'd never forget instead. I'm 42, a nurse who works night shifts at County General. My husband, Evan, 45, is a corporate manager at some tech firm downtown. We live in one of those quiet, suburban neighborhoods where everyone waves at each other but nobody really knows what happens behind closed doors. We'd been married for 17 years. The first 15 were solid. Not perfect, but good. We had our routines, our inside jokes, our life. But the last 2 years, everything changed. Evan grew distant and cold. No affection, no interest in anything I suggested. Every time I tried to plan a date night, he had an excuse. Late meeting. Big project. Can't this week. I suggested couples counseling once, and he said he was too busy. I even changed my shift schedule to be home more, and he didn't even notice. The business trips increased too. Used to be once a month, maybe. Then it was weekly. He was gone more than he was home. 3 months before our anniversary, I found the first real red flag. I was cleaning his home office as a surprise. He'd been complaining about the mess, and his computer was still on. His expense files were open on the screen. Hotel receipts for nights he'd told me he was in Chicago. Except these hotels were local, 20 minutes from our house. And the dates didn't match his travel calendar at all. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe work was putting him up locally for early morning meetings or something. I tried to convince myself I was just being paranoid, that the distance between us was making me see things that weren't there. But then I started noticing more. New cologne. His phone was always face down on the table. He'd shower the second he walked in the door, even if he claimed he'd been at the office all day. I'd catch him smiling at his phone, then hiding the screen when I walked into the room. Our anniversary arrived on a Tuesday. I woke up early and made his favorite breakfast. Left a card on the table next to his coffee. He barely glanced at it, mumbled thanks without making eye contact, and rushed out the door. I decided to try one more time. Despite everything, despite the distance and the suspicion eating at me, I wanted to believe we could fix this. I planned to surprise him at the office with dinner. I packed Thai food from the place we went to on our first date, put it in a nice basket, and wore the dress he used to say he loved.
I got to his office building around 7 p.m., walked into the marble lobby carrying that basket, feeling stupid and hopeful at the same time. That's when the elevator doors opened. Evan stepped out. He wasn't alone. There was a woman with him. I recognized her immediately. Sarah from the company holiday party last year. His new coworker that he'd mentioned once or twice. They were holding hands. Actually holding hands, fingers interlaced like teenagers. They were laughing about something, completely absorbed in each other. And then he leaned in and kissed her forehead. I froze behind one of those big decorative columns in the lobby. They didn't see me. I just stood there and watched them walk out of the building, still laughing, still touching. They looked happy. They looked like we used to look. I don't know how long I stood there. Could have been minutes, could have been an hour. The basket slipped out of my hands and hit the floor. Thai food containers everywhere. A security guard came over and asked if I was okay. I couldn't make words come out. I don't really remember getting to my car. I sat in the parking garage for a while, crying, until the tears just stopped. Something shifted in my head. The devastation was still there, but it got pushed aside by something else. Clarity, maybe, or just cold, hard reality. I started the car and drove home on autopilot. Evan wouldn't be back for hours. He was obviously busy. When I got home, I didn't throw things or scream into a pillow like I thought I would. I just sat on the couch in the dark and thought. I wasn't going to confront him when he walked in later. I wasn't going to cry or beg or ask why I wasn't enough. Something else was forming in my mind. Something I couldn't quite see the shape of yet. But it was there, waiting. Evan came home that night around 11 p.m. I was already in bed, pretending to sleep. I heard him shower, of course he did, then slip under the covers. He whispered, "Sorry I'm late, big project," into the dark. I didn't say anything. The next morning, he acted completely normal. Kissed my cheek goodbye like nothing had happened, like he hadn't spent our anniversary with another woman. I smiled back. The performance had officially begun. I called my best friend Emma that day and told her everything. She said to just leave him, pack my bags, that I deserved better. My sister said the same thing when I told her. Everyone's advice was the same. Divorce him, take half, move on with my life. But walking away felt too easy for him. He'd get to spin it as, we grew apart, or the marriage ran its course. He'd play the victim to our friends, tell people we just wanted different things. I'd be the bitter ex-wife while he got sympathy and a fresh start with Sarah. That didn't sit right with me. He needed to understand what betrayal actually felt like. He needed consequences that would stick. So I became a detective. For the next 2 weeks, I checked his phone every time he showered, found months of messages with Sarah, screenshots of everything. I went through his laptop when he was asleep and found emails going back even further. Hotel reservations for the past 8 months. They had pet names for each other. I wanted to throw up, but I saved it all instead. I created a hidden folder on my own laptop and organized everything by date. The hotel receipts from his expense files, credit card statements from our joint account. My money had literally paid for his affair. Text messages, emails, all of it printed and filed. Then I did something I'm not proud of, but I needed it. On the actual night of our anniversary, I called his office phone around 8 p.m. He answered, and I could hear Sarah giggling in the background. He told me he couldn't talk, that he was in a meeting. I recorded the whole call. His voice, her laugh, all of it.
3 weeks after the lobby incident, Evan came home talking about a possible promotion. Said his boss might announce it soon and he wanted to have a celebration party. That's when everything clicked into place. I told him I'd throw him a surprise party. He loved the idea. His ego couldn't resist. I invited everyone. Our friends, his family, our neighbors. Most importantly, I invited his boss David and his entire department. I even invited Sarah, though she had no idea what she was walking into. I told everyone it was to celebrate his promotion and our anniversary. Then I spent my nights creating a slideshow while he slept next to me. I titled it, "All the Late Nights Evan Spent Working Hard." It started innocent enough. Photos of him at his desk, regular work stuff. Then the hotel receipts appeared on screen. Then screenshots of the messages. Then a timeline of every lie he'd told me, matched with proof of where he really was. It ended with a transcript of our anniversary phone call. The day of the party, I rented a private room at a nice restaurant. Evan wore his best suit, practically glowing with pride. I wore red. I felt weirdly calm about the whole thing, almost detached. Everyone showed up, about 50 people total. David made a point to attend. Sarah came too, looking nervous like she knew something was off. Evan's parents were there, all our mutual friends. Emma kept shooting me concerned looks. She knew something was coming. Evan stood up to make a toast, started thanking everyone for coming, thanking his amazing wife who always stood by him. I stood up and gently interrupted, told him I had a surprise first, a little slideshow about all his hard work. The lights dimmed, the slideshow started on the big screen. First few slides were normal, people smiled, a few laughed. Then the hotel receipts appeared. I heard confused murmurs. Then the messages popped up. Someone gasped. Then the full timeline. The room went completely silent. Then the audio from the anniversary call played. His voice saying he was in a meeting. Sarah's laugh clear as day in the background. Evan's face went white, then bright red. He lunged for the laptop, but I'd already locked it. Sarah ran out of the room crying. David stood up, his face like stone, and told Evan to be in his office Monday morning. Evan's mother started crying. Everyone just stared. I set down my glass, picked up my purse, and looked at Evan one last time. Then I walked out with my head high. I went straight to Emma's house that night. Evan called 47 times, I counted. The voicemails started angry, then turned to begging. I didn't listen to most of them. I slept better than I had in months. The next few days, he showed up at Emma's house twice. Her husband turned him away both times. Evan sent flowers to the house. I donated them to a nursing home. The calls kept coming. The messages kept piling up. I blocked his number. Within a week, David fired him. Turns out the hotel stays had been expensed to the company, and this apparently wasn't the first time Evan had pulled something like this. Just the first time he got caught. Sarah got transferred to another department. She dumped Evan immediately after that. I guess she didn't know he was that married. Apparently, he'd told her we were separated. When his career imploded, she disappeared. He tried contacting her, and she blocked him too. I filed for divorce 2 weeks after the party. Had the best lawyer Emma could recommend. With all the evidence I had, it was straightforward. Evan's lawyer took one look at everything and told him to settle. He tried to fight it anyway, but he had no ground to stand on. I got half of everything. The house, which he couldn't afford anymore without his job. Half his 401k, half the savings. He kept trying to talk to me even during the proceedings, saying we could work through this, that it was just a mistake, that I'd overreacted. I never responded.
Here's the thing, though. I'd always wanted to open a small community clinic. Just something simple, affordable care for people who needed it. Evan always said it was too risky, that we couldn't afford it. I used my half of the divorce settlement as seed money. Emma helped me plan the whole thing. We found a perfect spot in an underserved neighborhood. 6 months later, the clinic opened. Small staff, just me and 2 other nurses. But it was mine. Everything I'd dreamed about for years. I worked hard, longer hours than I probably should have. But it was different. It was my work, my choice, my life. Sometimes late at night I still think about it, though. The party, the slideshow, the public humiliation. I wonder if I went too far. I could have just divorced him quietly, packed my things, filed the papers, moved on like a normal person. Did orchestrating that whole thing make me cruel? I didn't hit him. I didn't scream or break things. I just showed people the truth. But the way I did it, that was calculated. That was deliberate. My sister says he got what he deserved. Emma says maybe it was harsh, but she gets why I did it. I'm still processing it myself. He humiliated our marriage for months, but I humiliated him in front of everyone he knew in one night. I'm not sure where that leaves me morally. Then last month I got an email from him. Subject line was, "Moving forward." I almost deleted it without reading it, but curiosity won. It was this long, rambling thing about his journey of growth and everything he'd learned. And then, right there in the middle, he wrote, "I forgive you for what you did at the party. I forgive you." Like he was doing me some kind of favor, like I was the one who needed absolution. He said he hoped I could forgive him too, that maybe we could both move on now. I actually laughed out loud. The audacity of it. I thought about responding, spent a whole evening drafting replies in my head. Then I decided against it. The clinic's doing well now. I'm even dating someone new, another nurse with kind eyes. Nothing serious yet. I'm taking it slow. Evan still lives somewhere in the area. I heard through mutual friends he's working retail now. We haven't spoken since that email. I still haven't deleted it, though. It just sits there in my inbox. I don't know why I keep it. Maybe as a reminder. Maybe as proof that some people never really get it. He sent me an email last month saying he forgives me. I didn't reply. Some silences are the sweetest kind of revenge. When my husband's business trips stopped making sense, I decided to follow him instead of texting him. I'm a 38-year-old teacher, and I've been married to my husband Mark for 12 years. We live in a quiet suburb, no kids, and for the longest time, I thought we were finally in that comfortable phase of marriage where everything just flows. You know, the part where you don't have to try so hard anymore because you just get each other. Turns out, I was the only one who thought that. About 6 months ago, Mark started taking more business trips. At first, it was once a month, maybe twice. Nothing crazy. He worked in sales, so travel wasn't unusual. But then it became every single week. Every Thursday night, he'd pack his little rolling suitcase and head out, coming back late Sunday evening. Same pattern, over and over. He'd come home exhausted. I mean, completely drained, barely talking, going straight to bed. I tried to be understanding about it. That's what you do in a marriage, right? You give space when your partner needs it. You trust them. But then I started noticing things. Small things that separately wouldn't mean much, but together they kept piling up in my mind. His dress shirts smelled like perfume when he came home. Not my perfume. Something sweet and floral, younger than what I wear. The kind of scent I stopped buying in my 20s. And his phone case had new scratches on it every single week,
like he was constantly taking it in and out of his pocket, checking something, nervous about something. The worst part was how he started showering the second he walked through the door. Not after we talked, not after dinner. Immediately. He'd drop his bag, kiss my forehead like it was a chore, and disappear into the bathroom for 30 minutes. I mentioned it to my friends during our weekly happy hour. They all said the same thing. I was being paranoid. He was probably just stressed from work. Men get weird when they're stressed. I was overthinking it. But here's the thing about being a teacher for 15 years. You develop this instinct. You can tell when a kid is lying about their homework or when something's wrong at home just by looking at them. That same instinct was screaming at me that something was off. 3 weeks ago, I made a decision. Mark told me he had another business trip that Thursday, same as always, so I told him I had a teachers' conference out of town that weekend. I even packed a bag and left it by the door so he could see it. He seemed relieved, actually, like it made things easier for him. That should have told me everything right there. After he left that Thursday evening, I just sat in our bedroom for an hour, staring at my phone. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. See, we'd both installed this GPS tracking app on our phones years ago. One of those safety things couples do when you're being responsible and modern. I hadn't checked it in probably 3 years. Didn't need to. Trusted him completely. I opened the app. The hotel he'd told me about was the Marriott downtown. He'd mentioned it specifically, said it was close to his client meetings. But his location pin was nowhere near downtown. It was 2 hours north, at some address I didn't recognize. I Googled it. A small beach cottage rental. I just stared at that little blue dot on my screen, watching it sit there completely still. Not moving. Not at any business meeting. Just there, stationary, at a beach cottage. I got in my car and drove. The whole 2 hours I kept making excuses in my head. Maybe the app was glitching. Maybe there was some explanation. Maybe he was planning a surprise for our anniversary, even though that was months away. But I knew. Deep down, I already knew. I got there around 9 at night. It was this cute little cottage, the kind you'd see in a vacation rental ad. Lights were on inside, and I could hear music playing through the windows. I parked down the street because I didn't know what else to do. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so hard they hurt. Then Mark walked out onto the porch. He was wearing an apron I'd never seen before, carrying a plate of burgers to a grill outside. And he was smiling. Not the tired, distant smile I'd been getting for months. A real smile, the kind that reaches your eyes. A woman came out after him, early 30s maybe, long dark hair, pretty. She wrapped her arms around him from behind, and he turned around and kissed her. A real kiss, the kind he used to give me before we got comfortable. I couldn't move. I just sat there in my car, watching my marriage end through a windshield. Then a little boy ran out onto the porch. He couldn't have been more than 5 or 6. He had brown hair like Mark's, the same nose. He grabbed onto Mark's leg and looked up at him with this pure, uncomplicated adoration that kids have. I couldn't hear what the boy said at first, but then the wind carried it through my cracked window, clear as anything. "Daddy, is dinner ready?" Daddy. That little boy called my husband Daddy. I didn't confront them that night. I know that sounds insane, but I was completely frozen. My brain just shut down. I sat in that car for another hour, maybe more, watching them through the windows like I was watching a TV show about someone else's life. Watching them eat dinner together at a table. Watching Mark help the little boy cut his food. Watching her lean into him on the couch afterward while they watched something together. I took photos, videos, everything my phone could capture. My teacher brain kicked in through the shock. Document everything. Evidence. Proof. I don't even remember the drive home. I must have been on autopilot because suddenly I was pulling into our driveway, and I had no memory of the highway or the turns or anything. That entire week was the worst of my life. I went to work, taught my second graders, graded spelling tests, smiled at other teachers in the break room, and the whole time I felt like I was drowning. Like I was underwater and everyone else was above the surface, living normal lives, and I couldn't breathe. Mark came home Sunday night like nothing had happened, kissed my forehead, said he was exhausted from the trip, asked what was for dinner. I just nodded and reheated some pasta. We ate in silence, which wasn't unusual anymore. Then he went to bed. I couldn't eat that whole week. Couldn't sleep either. I'd lie there next to him at night, listening to him breathe, wondering how long this had been going on. The boy looked about 5 or 6 years old, which meant Mark had been doing this for at least 6 years, maybe longer. Our entire marriage might have been a lie from the start. I started digging through everything. Bank statements first. There were Venmo payments I'd never really paid attention to before, all marked as reimbursing Dave from work or covering drinks with the team. I looked up his coworkers on LinkedIn. There was no Dave. There had never been a Dave. Then I checked his computer while he was in the shower one night. I found emails, so many emails. Her name was Sarah. The emails went back 7 years. 7 entire years of "I miss you" and "can't wait to see you and our little man" and "she doesn't suspect anything." She doesn't suspect anything. That's what he'd written about me. Like I was just this clueless obstacle in his way. There was one email from about 2 years ago that just broke something inside me. Sarah had written to him asking how much longer they were going to keep doing this. Apparently their son had asked why Daddy couldn't live with them all the time, and she'd told him Mark's work was far away. She was asking when he was finally going to leave me. Mark's response was what killed me. He'd written back saying, soon, that he just needed to figure out the timing, that I was a good person and didn't deserve to be blindsided. But then he said it. We're endgame, you and me and our boy. Always. Our boy. Not your son or the boy. Our boy. He'd claimed this child, loved him, built a whole life with them. While I was at home meal prepping for the week and planning our anniversary dinners like an idiot. I had a choice to make at that point. I could scream and throw things and confront him in some big, dramatic scene. Or I could be smart about it, strategic. Make sure there were actual consequences, not just my anger that he could ignore or explain away. My friend Lisa's sister is a divorce lawyer, and I remembered something Lisa told me once. She said her sister had a client whose husband cleaned out their bank accounts the second the wife confronted him about cheating. Hid assets, made her life hell, dragged everything out for years. Lisa had looked at me over drinks and said if I ever found myself in that situation, move in silence. Be smart before being angry. So that's exactly what I did. I called Lisa's sister and got everything in motion legally, made sure our accounts were protected, documented every single thing I'd found. Then I did something I'm still not entirely sure was right. I sent all the photos and videos to Mark's company HR department. His company had this strict policy about workplace relationships, especially ones that affected job performance. And guess what? Sarah worked there too. Same department. That's how they met. It was all right there in the emails, how they'd started this affair at some sales conference 7 years ago. Then I sent everything to Sarah too. Not with insults or attacks. Just a simple message
telling her she deserved to know what kind of man she'd been sharing her life with. That I was his wife of 12 years. That I'd only found out about her a week ago. That while he'd been promising her he'd leave me soon, he'd been telling me he loved me and planning our next vacation together. I told her we both deserved better than this. Last thing I did was mail the divorce papers, but I didn't send them to our house. I sent them to the beach cottage address. I wanted him to get them there, right in the middle of his fake, happy little life. He called me 47 times that day. I counted. 47 calls from his regular number that I ignored, and then he finally got smart and called from a number I didn't recognize. I answered that one because I thought it might be the lawyer. It was him, and he was panicking. His voice was shaking when he said please, that he could explain, that it wasn't what I thought. I remember my voice sounding weirdly calm when I responded. I told him it was exactly what I thought, that he shouldn't rush home because he had another family to take care of now. And actually, he should probably just stay there permanently since he was about to be unemployed and dealing with a very expensive divorce. Then I hung up. Changed the locks that same afternoon. The aftermath was messy in all the ways I expected, and some ways I didn't. Mark did lose his job. Turns out the relationship violated company policy, which I knew. But what I didn't know was that they'd also been lying on expense reports for years. All those business trips he claimed, he'd been billing the company for hotels he never stayed at, meals with clients that didn't exist. The company fired both of them, and apparently there was talk of legal action, but I stopped following that part. Sarah left him too. That surprised me, honestly. I thought maybe she'd stand by him, that they'd finally get their happy ending now that I was out of the way. But apparently she'd had no idea he was still lying to her just as much as he'd been lying to me. She thought I knew about them. He'd told her we were separated and just hadn't filed paperwork yet, that he was waiting for the right time to finalize everything. She had no clue he was still playing husband at home, still telling me he loved me, still planning our future together. My friends rallied around me once everything came out. Even the ones who'd told me I was being paranoid felt awful about it. They kept apologizing, saying they should have listened to me. But how could they have known? I barely believed it myself at first. I moved through those first few months like a ghost. Some days I felt strong, like I'd dodged a bullet and saved myself from wasting more years on a lie. Other days I felt completely hollowed out, like I'd given 12 years of my life to someone who never actually existed. The Mark I thought I married wasn't real. He was just a character he played on weekends. About 6 months after everything exploded, I got an email from Sarah. Long, detailed, apologetic. She thanked me for telling her the truth. Said she'd left him, taken her son, and filed for child support. Turns out Mark had been dodging his responsibilities there too, always saying money was tight because of me, because of our mortgage and bills. Just another lie. She said she was sorry, that she genuinely believed his story about our marriage being over. And weirdly enough, I believed her. We'd both been his victims, just in different ways. I never responded to her email, but I didn't delete it either. Mark still tries to email me every year on our anniversary. I see the subject lines pop up in my spam folder because I never bothered to block him completely. Please read this, and I'm so sorry, and can we talk? I don't open them. Don't even feel curious anymore about what excuses he's come up with or what version of the story he's telling himself now. My therapist asked me once if I felt guilty about how I handled it, about exposing him to his job, to Sarah, mailing those papers to the cottage. I had to think about it for a while. I didn't yell at him, didn't key his car or blast him on social media, or do any of the dramatic revenge stuff you see in movies. I just handed him the truth he'd built himself, delivered it to everyone who needed to see it. But I do think about that little boy sometimes, the one who called him Daddy. He didn't ask for any of this. Didn't ask for his parents to split up, or for his dad to lose his job, or for his whole life to change. He probably misses the version of Mark that showed up on weekends with a smile, ready to grill burgers and play in the yard. That's the part that sits heavy with me late at night. Not what I did to Mark. He earned all of that. But that kid, he was innocent in all this. I still don't know if exposing everything the way I did makes me heartless, or just someone who was finally done being lied to. Maybe it's both. Maybe after 12 years of being the good wife, the understanding partner, the one who trusted blindly, I'd earned the right to burn it all down on my way out. When my promotion mysteriously disappeared, I discovered my best friend at work had taken my place, so I made sure she lost hers too. I'm 29, and I'd been working as a marketing coordinator at a mid-sized firm for 4 years when all of this went down. Jenna, also 29, started around the same time I did. We weren't just colleagues, we were genuinely close. We had lunch together every single day, celebrated birthdays, vented about difficult clients, shared everything. Or at least I thought we did. The whole thing started about 6 months ago. My boss, Richard, pulled me aside after a team meeting and basically told me there was a managerial role opening up. He didn't say it directly, but he made it pretty clear I was the top choice. He told me to start thinking about my vision for the team and that we'd need a formal proposal. But between him and me, this was mine to lose. I remember walking back to my desk, trying not to smile too wide because I didn't want to seem cocky. But inside I was screaming. 4 years of late nights, weekend emails, covering for other people's mistakes. It was finally paying off. The first person I told was Jenna. We went out for drinks that night and she was so happy for me. She kept saying how much I deserved it and how she knew this was coming. She even offered to help me prep for the presentation, told me if I wanted a second pair of eyes on anything, she was there. It felt good to have someone in my corner like that. I spent the next 2 weeks working on that proposal like my life depended on it. I pulled data from every campaign I'd led, created projections, outlined team development strategies. I was putting in 12-hour days easy. And because Jenna offered, I showed her some of my best slides, the ones with the proprietary client data and this innovative approach I'd developed for our Q4 strategy. She gave me feedback, suggested I make a few charts clearer, even helped me practice my delivery one night after everyone else had gone home. Then came the announcement. I was sitting at my desk going through emails when the company-wide message hit my inbox. The subject line said, "Congratulations to our new marketing manager." And I felt this little flutter of excitement before I even opened it. Then I read it. Please join us in congratulating Jenna Martinez on her promotion to marketing manager. I read it 3 times. My hands actually went numb. I don't think I've ever felt that specific combination of confusion and shock before. I walked straight to Richard's office, trying to keep my voice steady, and asked him what happened. I told him I didn't understand, that he'd said I was the top choice. He looked uncomfortable, wouldn't really meet my eyes. He said my proposal underperformed and that the data wasn't as strong as they needed. Then he mentioned that when they did the 360 feedback, some team members raised concerns about my leadership style. He shuffled some papers around on his desk and said Jenna's presentation was more polished, more forward-thinking, and that it was the right call for the company. Then he said he was sorry. I somehow made it back to my desk without breaking down. That night I couldn't sleep, so I opened my proposal file to figure out what went wrong. That's when I noticed it. 3 slides were missing. Not random ones either, but the core slides with my best data and my entire Q4 strategy framework. The exact slides I'd shown Jenna. My stomach dropped. I went through everything. My backup files, my email drafts,
my cloud storage. Those slides had existed. I'd made them. I'd spent hours on them. I'd shown them to her. The next morning, I congratulated Jenna, because what else was I supposed to do? She hugged me and said she knew this must be hard, but that I'd get the next one. I remember looking at her face during that hug and noticing her smile didn't reach her eyes. There was something off about it. Something guilty, maybe. That's when I knew for certain. She hadn't just gotten lucky. She'd stolen my work, polished it up, and passed it off as her own vision. My best friend had sabotaged me, and everyone believed her. I pulled back from the hug and told her I was really happy for her. She thanked me and walked away to her desk. I sat there for a while, just staring at my computer screen. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just started thinking about what to do next. I didn't confront her. I didn't scream or cry or make a scene. I just started watching and planning. The thing about Jenna was that she'd always been good at talking, good at presenting, but she'd never been great at the actual work. I used to cover for her sometimes when she got overwhelmed with deadlines. Now, as manager, she was drowning, and I could see it happening in real time. She started staying late every night, clearly stressed about deliverables she didn't know how to execute. Clients who used to email both of us started coming to just me with questions because her responses were vague or she'd take forever to get back to them. I didn't redirect them exactly. I just answered thoroughly and made sure to copy her on every email so she'd see that I was handling things that should have been her responsibilities. I kept my tone helpful and professional. No one could say I was being petty, but I was also documenting everything. Every file I'd created had timestamps. Every draft of my original proposal was backed up with metadata showing exactly when I'd made it. I started keeping a folder on my personal drive. Not to be vindictive, I told myself, but just in case I needed it. Just in case the truth needed to come out somehow. The weeks went by, and I watched Jenna struggle. She'd ask me questions about campaigns I'd built, strategies I'd developed, and I'd answer just enough to be helpful, but not enough to actually bail her out. People started noticing the quality of work had dropped. Richard looked stressed in meetings, but nobody was connecting the dots yet. Then came the client meeting that changed everything. Jenna was presenting our new Q4 strategy to one of our biggest clients, and I was asked to attend as support. The moment she put up her first slide, my breath actually caught. It was my framework. Not similar, identical. The same analysis structure, the same projected ROI calculations, even the same phrasing I'd used in my original proposal. I sat there silent while she presented my work as hers. The client loved it, asked great questions, seemed really impressed. After the meeting wrapped up, Jenna was beaming. She turned to me and said that went so well, that she thought we really nailed it. I looked at her and said quietly that she meant I nailed it, 6 months ago. Her face went pale. She asked what I was talking about. I told her that strategy was mine, that I'd created it for my manager proposal, the one that mysteriously underperformed. She laughed, but it sounded nervous. She said we probably just had similar ideas, that it happens in creative work all the time. I asked her if similar ideas included the same decimal points in the ROI projections. She didn't answer, just grabbed her laptop and walked away. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about her presenting my work to that client, about how comfortable she looked doing it, how she'd probably been planning this for months. I got up around 2 a.m. and put together a file. My original proposal with all the timestamps visible, email records showing when I'd sent drafts to myself, screenshots of the slides I'd shown Jenna with the dates clearly marked, everything organized and clear. Then I sent it to HR with a simple note saying I wanted to clarify some confusion regarding the Q4 strategy framework and that I'd attached documentation showing the development timeline of this work. I said I was happy to discuss if needed. I didn't accuse her of anything. I just presented facts and let them draw their own conclusions. 2 weeks later, Jenna was called into a meeting with HR and Richard. I wasn't there, but I heard through the office grapevine that they'd launched an internal audit. They were comparing her manager proposal to my original files, looking at metadata, interviewing team members about who had actually developed certain strategies. The truth started coming out in pieces. She'd not only used my slides, but she'd also apparently sabotaged my 360 feedback. She'd gone to 2 team members and suggested that I'd been taking credit for collaborative work. Those same people later admitted she'd basically fed them leading questions about my leadership style. She'd built a case against me while stealing my work. I kept my head down during all of this. People would try to talk to me about it in the break room, but I'd just say I didn't know much and change the subject. I didn't want to look like I was gloating or spreading rumors. I just wanted the truth to speak for itself. By the end of the quarter, the announcement came through email. Jenna was being demoted back to coordinator for misrepresenting authorship of internal work and violating company ethics policies. They didn't fire her, probably to avoid legal complications, but she lost the title, the salary increase, and all supervisory responsibilities. The demotion was effective immediately. I didn't celebrate. I didn't gloat. When people asked me about it, I just said I was glad the truth came out. And I meant it. This was never about destroying Jenna. It was about making sure what actually happened was visible, that my work was recognized as mine. The weird thing was, about a week after her demotion, Richard called me into his office and offered me the manager role. He apologized for what happened, said they should have done more due diligence from the start. He looked genuinely uncomfortable, like he knew he'd messed up. I told him I'd think about it, but honestly, I'd already decided. I took it. And yes, I took her old desk too, the one by the window that she'd moved into when she got promoted. It felt like closing a circle, I guess. Jenna barely spoke to me after that. We'd pass in the hallway, and she'd look right through me, like I didn't exist. She started eating lunch alone at her desk, or sometimes in her car. Some people in the office treated her coldly, like she was toxic. Others felt bad for her, and would make a point of being extra nice. I just focused on my work, and tried not to think about her 3 cubicles down. The first few weeks as manager were intense. I had to rebuild some client relationships, restructure a few campaigns that had been mishandled, and prove to Richard and the team that I actually deserved this role. It was exhausting, but also validating. I was good at this. I'd always been good at this. Then, last month, almost 4 months after her demotion, my phone buzzed during dinner. Text from Jenna, just 5 words. You didn't have to destroy me. I stared at it for a long time. My fingers typed out a response automatically. You did that yourself. I read it over a few times. It was true. It was exactly what I wanted to say. But something stopped me from hitting send. What was the point? She knew what she'd done. Nothing I said would change that, or make her take real responsibility. I deleted the message, left her on read. Silence felt like it said more than any reply I could have written. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder if I went too far. She was my friend once. Or I thought she was. We had real moments together, real laughs, real conversations about our lives and our futures. Part of me still feels guilty that my documentation led to her losing everything she'd schemed to get. There are nights where I lie awake thinking about whether I could have just confronted her directly, told her I knew what she did, and left it at that. But then, I remember sitting in Richard's office being told my work wasn't good enough when it was literally being used to promote someone else. I remember the humiliation of congratulating her while knowing she'd stabbed me in the back. I remember weeks of thinking I'd somehow failed when I'd actually been sabotaged by someone I trusted. I didn't lie. I didn't manipulate. I didn't spread rumors or turn people against her. I just showed HR the timestamps and let the truth do the work. She still works here, 3 cubicles down, like I said. Sometimes I catch her looking at me with this expression I can't quite read. Anger, regret, maybe something else entirely. We'll probably never speak again. And honestly, I don't know if that bothers me or relieves me. Maybe both. I got my promotion. She lost hers. The story should feel finished, but it doesn't. There's this weird tension that hangs in the office sometimes, this unspoken thing between us that other people can probably sense. My team respects me, and the work is going well. But there's always this small part of me that wonders what people really think about how it all went down. Last week, I saw her packing up her things early on a Friday. For a second, I thought maybe she was finally quitting, but then she just grabbed her bag and left like normal. I don't know if she's looking for other jobs or if she's just stuck here now with this scarlet letter of what she did. I try not to think about her anymore. Most days I succeed. But every so often I'll see her in the break room or pass her desk, and I'll remember everything. And I still don't know if what I did was justice or just revenge with better optics. Right after my wedding ceremony, I confronted my new husband about the messages I found. I'm a 31-year-old woman who just made the biggest mistake of my life. Or maybe I just saved myself from making it permanent. My husband, Derek, is 33, a financial analyst who I thought was my soulmate. And then there's my bridesmaid, Cassie, 29, who I've known since college and considered one of my closest friends. Right now I'm standing in the bridal suite of our wedding venue, still in my dress, while 200 guests are outside enjoying cocktails and completely unaware that I'm about to blow this entire day up. I need to explain how I got here, standing in my $3,000 wedding dress with mascara-proof makeup that's about to be tested. For the past 6 months during wedding planning, Derek became increasingly distant. He was working late constantly, keeping his phone face down on every surface, getting defensive when I asked simple questions like what time he'd be home. I kept brushing it off as wedding stress or his big project at work, or my own anxiety getting the best of me. My friends said all grooms get cold feet. My mother kept telling me not to be paranoid, that I'd push him away if I kept questioning him. But small things kept piling up. There were unexplained charges on our joint credit card at restaurants I'd never been to. A few times he came home smelling like perfume that wasn't mine. He suddenly got interested in going to the gym when he'd never cared about working out before. Every time I brought something up, he had an explanation that sounded reasonable enough. And honestly, the wedding was already planned. We'd paid deposits, sent invitations, my dress was altered. Backing out felt impossible. The night before the wedding, Derek came over to my apartment. We'd agreed not to see each other the day of the wedding for tradition, so this was our last night as an engaged couple. He was acting nervous and jumpy, which I attributed to normal wedding jitters. He went to take a shower and left his phone on my nightstand. It buzzed. I glanced over and saw it was unlocked, with a message visible on the screen from someone saved as C in his contacts. My hands were shaking as I picked it up. The message was from Cassie, and it said, "Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Too bad she'll be watching us all day," with a smirking emoji. I scrolled up. There were weeks of messages. They started flirty, then turned explicit. Photos I didn't want to see. Plans to meet up at specific times and places. References to nights he'd told me he was working late. A message from 2 weeks earlier said, "Just a few more weeks and we can stop sneaking around." I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw his phone against the wall. I wanted to march into that bathroom and confront him right then. Instead, I put the phone back exactly where it was, face down on the nightstand. I heard the shower turn off. When he came out, I was pretending to be asleep. He kissed my forehead and whispered that he loved me. I kept my eyes closed. I barely slept that night. Derek left early the next morning, kissed me goodbye, told me he couldn't wait to marry me. I smiled and said it back. I felt completely numb. Getting ready that morning was surreal. My bridesmaids were all there, including Cassie, who helped zip up my dress and told me I looked beautiful. I kept thinking I should call it off, that I should confront them both right then and there. But my parents had spent $40,000 on this wedding. 200 guests were already arriving at the venue. My grandmother had flown in from overseas specifically for this. Walking down the aisle, I made eye contact with Derek, and he was crying actual tears. I looked over at Cassie standing with the other bridesmaids, smiling innocently like nothing was wrong. During the vows, I said, "I do," while thinking, "I know everything." Derek said his vows with his voice cracking with emotion, and I wondered if he felt even an ounce of guilt. The officiant pronounced us husband and wife. Derek kissed me, and I kissed him back while 200 people applauded. We walked back down the aisle together, his hand in mine. The photographer was snapping away. Everyone was smiling and throwing rose petals, and all I could think was that I was about to ruin this entire day. We were supposed to go straight to the cocktail hour after the ceremony, take photos with the wedding party, mingle with guests, do all the normal newlywed things. Instead, I told Derek we needed to talk privately in the bridal suite first. He thought maybe I wanted a private moment together as husband and wife. He was actually smiling as we walked toward the suite, asking if I was okay. I just said we needed to talk. Looking back, he should have known from my tone that something was very wrong. The moment the door closed behind us, I locked it. I could hear the reception starting outside, music playing, people laughing, glasses clinking. All these happy sounds while I was about to detonate a bomb. I'd held it together all day, but now my hands were shaking again. I reached into my small bridal clutch and pulled out my phone. The night before, after he fell asleep, I'd screenshotted some of the messages between him and Cassie. I didn't say anything at first. I just showed him my phone and watched his face change from confusion to recognition to pure panic. His first words were asking where I got those. Then he immediately went to, "This isn't what it looks like." I almost laughed at how predictable he was. His face had gone completely white, and he was already sweating through his tuxedo. I stayed eerily calm and asked him how long it had been going on. He tried to deflect, said we could talk about this later because everyone was waiting for us. I told him no, we were talking about it right now. He could either tell me the truth or I'd walk out there and ask Cassie myself. That's when he finally admitted it. It started 4 months ago at my birthday party. Cassie had stayed late to help clean up. They'd had too much to drink and it just happened. He kept saying, "It just happened," like they'd accidentally tripped and fallen into bed together. It continued after that night. He swore he was going to end it, that he really did love me, that he wanted to make the marriage work. Hearing him say he wanted to make the marriage work, a marriage that was literally 20 minutes old, made something inside me snap. I asked him about all the lies, all the times he looked me directly in the eye and lied about where he was, who he was with, what he was doing. All the times I questioned my own sanity, because he made me feel paranoid and crazy for suspecting anything. He started crying then, full-on sobbing, begging, saying he'd made a terrible mistake, that he'd been confused and scared about getting married, that the affair meant nothing, that he'd call Cassie right now and end it in front of me if that's what I needed. He kept saying he loved me, that we could work through this. I looked at him crying in his tuxedo, this man I'd just promised to spend my life with,
and I felt absolutely nothing. No love, no anger, just this hollow emptiness. And then clarity. I told him the marriage was over. Derek grabbed my hands and begged me not to do this. He said we could go to therapy, start fresh, that every marriage has obstacles to overcome. I pulled my hands away and told him most marriages don't start with the groom sleeping with a bridesmaid. I took off the wedding ring I'd been wearing for less than an hour and set it on the table next to my bouquet. Then I told him I was going out there to tell everyone the reception was canceled. He could either come with me and face the consequences or hide in the bridal suite like a coward. His choice. He kept saying I was being impulsive, that I was too emotional, that I wasn't thinking clearly. That's what made me even more certain I was doing the right thing. He was still trying to manipulate me, still trying to make me doubt myself. I'd spent months doubting my own instincts because of him, and I was done with that. I headed for the door and he called after me, asking what I was going to say. I didn't answer. I just unlocked the door and walked out, leaving him standing there in his tuxedo with my wedding ring on the table. I walked out of the bridal suite alone. The cocktail hour was in full swing with guests mingling, drinking champagne, eating hors d'oeuvres. I saw Cassie talking to my mother near the bar, laughing at something. That image is burned into my brain. I walked straight to where the DJ had set up for the reception and asked to borrow the microphone. He looked confused but handed it over. I think he thought I was going to make some kind of sweet speech or announcement. I thanked everyone for coming and said I knew they'd all traveled far and spent money on gifts. Then I said that unfortunately, there wouldn't be a reception today because I'd just learned that my husband of 30 minutes had been having an affair with one of my bridesmaids for the past 4 months. I said the marriage was over, and I was sorry for wasting everyone's time. The silence that followed was deafening. Then came the gasps. My mother's face went completely white. My father started looking around, I think, for Derek. Cassie dropped her champagne glass and it shattered on the floor. Some people looked confused, like they'd misheard me. Others looked horrified. A bunch of people immediately pulled out their phones. Derek came running out of the bridal suite yelling for me to wait, that he could explain. But I'd already handed the microphone back to the DJ and was walking toward the exit. I didn't run. I just walked in my wedding dress through a crowd of stunned guests. My mother caught up with me in the parking lot, asking what the hell just happened. My father was right behind her, asking if I was sure, if maybe there was some kind of misunderstanding. I pulled out my phone and showed them the screenshots. My dad, who had always really liked Derek, looked devastated. Then his face changed to pure fury. He turned to go back inside, and I don't know if he was going after Derek or Cassie or both. I didn't stick around to find out. My maid of honor, Sarah, helped me get out of there. We drove to her apartment with me still in my wedding dress, sitting in the passenger seat, watching the venue disappear in the rearview mirror. The whole drive I kept thinking about how much money my parents had spent, how many people had traveled to be there, how I'd just humiliated myself in front of everyone I knew. My phone started blowing up immediately. Derek called 15 times in a row. My mother called. My grandmother called. Friends were texting asking if what I'd said was true. Cassie sent one text that said, "I'm so sorry. I never meant to hurt you." I blocked both of their numbers. The next few days were a blur of practical matters I never thought I'd have to deal with. There was a wedding night hotel room I'd never use. A honeymoon to Italy that had to be canceled, though thankfully I got most of it refunded. The photographer emailed asking if I still wanted the ceremony photos. I told him to delete everything. There were gifts to return to guests, though most people told me to keep them anyway. I met with a lawyer the following week to start the annulment process. Getting a marriage annulled based on fraud. Derek tried to contest it at first, then eventually gave up. Apparently, he and Cassie tried to actually date after everything fell apart, but it only lasted about a month. Turns out affairs don't translate well into real relationships when you're not sneaking around anymore. Cassie got cut off by our entire friend group. I heard through mutual friends that she tried to apologize and explain, but no one wanted to hear it. My parents were mortified about the money they'd spent, but my dad told me he was proud of me for not settling. My mom kept saying I'd humiliated myself too, which honestly didn't help. It's been 3 months since the wedding that wasn't. I moved to a new apartment, started therapy, blocked Derek on every possible platform. Some days I feel strong and certain I made the right choice. Other days I lie awake wondering if I overreacted, if I should have handled it differently, if I destroyed my own life over something that could have been fixed. People have a lot of opinions. Some say I was brave for not going through with a marriage built on lies. Others say I was dramatic and should have handled it privately. My cousin actually told me I was too harsh and that all men make mistakes. We're not speaking anymore. So that's my story. I ended my marriage 30 minutes after it began and made sure everyone knew exactly why. I still don't know if I did the right thing or if I just made everything worse for myself. But I can't take it back now.